Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 10 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 5 minutes.
Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2.
Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes.
Training the kid to do the same, which is okay. If everybody would find a seat, we'll start in 60 seconds. Okay, that worked well. We will start the April 16th, 2024 Volusia County Council meeting at 4:01 p.m. We will begin the meeting, and in just a minute I'll ask you to stand for the invocation and then the Pledge of Allegiance. If you are a member of a faith group who would like to participate in the invocation, please just send an email to kgreen, the letter K, green, @volusia.org. This is Carissa Green over here to your right. And she will tell you how to do it and just get you all set up to do it. But any faith group is welcome to participate, and we really appreciate the participation. This morning we have Pastor Tommy Clayton from Grace Life Church in Deltona. So if you would stand with me for the invocation and then just remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. Let's pray. Father in heaven, thank you for the opportunity to call on you and ask for your wisdom. I thank you that you love this county. You love the citizens of this county. You've appointed these men and these women to care for very complex issues that require a lot of wisdom and a lot of care and a lot of thoughtfulness. I pray you would grant that to them today as they hear whatever issues they are facing. I pray that they would stay united. I pray that they would be fair, they would be just, they would be humble, they would be reasonable and listen to people, even many of whom may not share their worldview or their take on things. But we trust that you put them here, God, and we need them as a county. What they do is important. It's going to impact people's lives in a variety of ways. So I pray that you would protect them from discouragement. Thank you that they're in this position, Lord, and that there's order in this county, that we have protocol and processes for people that have problems and want to be heard. And just thank you for this day. I pray that they would use their time wisely today, and so would the people who come to share. They would be fair and equitable, Lord, and we ask your wisdom for all these things. In the name of Jesus we pray. Amen. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Carissa, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Johansson.
Here.
Mr. Kent.
Here.
Mr. Reinhardt.
Here.
Mr. Robbins.
Here.
Mr. Santiago.
Here.
Mr. Dempsey.
Here.
Mr. Brower.
Here. We have a full house, full dais, full house. We will begin the meeting with public participation, and I will just call you in order that the forms were handed in. When I call your name, just come to the podium, please. The podium adjust up and down so you can get the microphones close to you when you speak. Everyone wants to hear, and it is being live streamed, not to make you nervous. You will have 3 minutes to tell us what you wanted to tell us. The council will not respond to you because of a matter of time, but we do follow up with you if you have questions. So 3 minutes. You'll see a clock on the screen above me, and also on the monitor at the podium. So first of all, we have Bella Schwartz.
Thank you, Volusia Chair and Council, for allowing me to speak today. And good afternoon, Volusia County residents. While driving or biking, how many of you enjoy seeing thousands of beautiful large trees bulldozed, virgin lush green land turned to lifeless concrete, and millions of innocent animals displaced and dead? Who here wants more subdivisions, more traffic, more heat, longer lines at the grocery store, more accidents, more polluted water? Who here wants more development? I don't. You don't. She doesn't, and neither does he. And together, all of us make up the people of Volusia County. My name is Bella Schwartz. I'm 15, and I'm here to speak on behalf of all the students of DeLand High School, Daytona State College, and all the teenagers of Volusia County, who will soon be of voting age, just to mention. But although that is true, I have to say, the youth is upset about what this committee has allowed to happen to our nature, and we want it to stop. We do not want more development. We do not want more development. We want clean air to breathe that's filtered by trees, clean water from our springs, and a clean county that hasn't lost its soul to greed. Because once all that nature's gone, it's gone forever, and the future belongs to us. I'm here today to personally ask all of you to do the right thing. Don't accommodate developers by changing zoning restrictions. Don't drain our beautiful wetlands, and when casting votes concerning the environment and conservation, let that kid inside of you do the voting. I have faith in that kid inside of all of you, because that kid is wise and knows that the green of a tree is better and brighter than the green of a dollar, because one has life, one is alive, and the other is not. Things that are green are better when alive. And so are each of you, so blessed to be in the unique position to protect our future, embrace it, and vote green so that Volusia County can remain alive as well. Thank you. Papers.
Is it Glenn Landers?
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. I am Glenn Landau, 7. And take you back to 2002. And I have no ill intent with this. Some of these numbers were derived from the News Journal, and we know how accurate they are. 2002, fuel was costing us $1.43. Today, fuel is $3.92. It's actually higher today, 175% increase. A Class A wrecker was $35,000. Today, it's $145,000, 315%. A flatbed, $30,000. Today it's $140,000, 372%. In insurance, and mine is low, I guess, talking to some of my colleagues, was $1,000 a truck. Today it's $13,000 a truck. That's 1,200% increase. Minimum wage back in 2002 was $5.15. We couldn't pay a driver that then. We couldn't pay a driver the $12 that it is now. We're lucky if we get them for $18. 130%. The average county employee back in 2002 was making $21,300. Average county employee today is $50,577, 138%. Top county management back in 2002 was $72,100. Today they're around $246,706, a 242%. McDonald's hamburger, 2002 was 79 cents. Today it's $1.59. Basically 102%. A cup of coffee, not at Starbucks, but 7-Eleven, was 72 cents. Today it's $2.19, and I hear that's low. That's 203%. $1 back in 2002 with the inflation rate today is $1.72. The cost of living increases from January 03 to 4/24 is a 54.6% increase. So as you can see what I've just read off, over the last 22 years, everything has gone up over 100%, yet the towing rate remains the same for the last 22 years this October. I'd like to thank you for your time and ask you to consider a workshop. Thank you.
John Rogers.
Good afternoon, Chairman and council members, our county manager and our attorneys. I am also a second generation tower. And I guess Glenn said it all. I had an opportunity to speak with your assistant manager, not assistant attorney, and your county manager, and I got a chance to speak to them a few minutes before the meeting. So we are definitely wanting to sit down with staff and discuss the fees and clear the air. And we just appreciate you guys hearing us today. 6 months ago we came here and we didn't get no traction at all. And I can't believe it's been 6 months. So if you guys could set us up a workshop, council, we would definitely appreciate that. I know it's up to you. You guys direct the staff, and you guys are in charge of setting ordinances and resolutions. Thank you.
Mark McNamara.
Good afternoon, Mark, Daytona Record. Thanks for the opportunity to come out and speak. As you heard the numbers, and brought a couple resolutions from other county ordinance that border ours, Lake, Flagler, Putnam, and you can look over those. And just like to table something here. Thank you.
Helen Taylor.
Hello, my name is Helen Taylor. I'm the owner of Buddy's Towing in Daytona Beach. I am the first generation. And I'm a woman-owned business. That's why I'm here, because they wanted some women to come in and give them some proof. Basically, what they've said is true. We have not had a raise in 22 years. We're all family-owned. We're not incorporated. I can't say that word. We're struggling to stay alive. And as our councilman, I feel it's your right to help us do it. Our expenses are getting up, and our tow rates are not. So I just ask you to please consider increasing your rates. We do need them. Every other county is doing it. We're not asking something nobody else has done. It's just keeping up with inflation. Insurance, trucks, work, taxes, you name it. Everything's gone up except for our towing rates. Thank you for your time.
Glenn Landau. You turned in 2 cards. Amanda Balboa.
Hello, my name is Amanda Balboa. I am second generation as well. We are a family-owned business with Aero Service and Towing. We're located in Holly Hill. We're just here to show a united front again from the towing industry. We would like to continue this to a 3rd generation. That would be lovely. I don't want my family legacy to die here because we couldn't get a rate increase. So, of course, anything you could do to get us on the agenda, we'd greatly appreciate. We'll keep coming back until we can make something happen. Thank you.
Paul Richardson.
Afternoon, Council. My name is Paul Richardson of the Land. Let me make something abundantly clear right off the bat. Life beginning at fertilization or conception is not inherently a religious concept. In fact, it is a consensus of embryologists and biologists worldwide. The Carnegie stages, if I'm pronouncing that right, were implemented as scientific fact in 1942 as part of the National Institutes of Health, the National Museum of Health, and the Medicine's Human Development Anatomy Center. The Carnegie stages are internationally required to be used professionally in all embryology textbooks. Let's take some quotes from scientific works on what the actual science tells us about when human life begins. Quote, development begins with fertilization, the process by which male gamete, the sperm, and female gamete, the octet, or the egg, unite to give rise to a zoochoid. I hope I'm pronouncing that right too. Although life is a continuous process of fertilization, it is a critical landmark because under ordinary circumstances, a new genetically distinct human organism is formed when the chromosomes of the male and female pronuclei blend in the ootate, or the egg, the new fertilized egg. Unquote. As you can see, science says life begins at conception. Legally speaking, murder is defined as an unlawful killing of one human being by another. The abortion debate is not about a woman's health, but that of the cult of murder given license to indiscriminately murder unborn human beings. This same cult of murder celebrates the mutilation of children too young to fully understand hormone blockers and sex change surgery. This same cult of murder celebrates Canada's state-funded euthanasia for anyone and for any reason. This same cult of murder celebrates genocidal terrorist organizations like Hamas and the Houthis, funded by Iran. This cult of murder needs to be delivered a huge rebuke. I call on anyone who has moral clarity and basic scientific knowledge to vote no on Amendment 4 and put an end to the evil agenda of the cult of murder here in Florida. God bless Volusia County, God bless America, and her eternal ally, Israel. Thank you.
Patricia Franzem.
Good afternoon. Patricia Franzem, a resident of Bear Creek Village in Ormond Beach. A group of Ormond Beach residents scheduled an appointment with Clay Irvin on March 15th to get questions answered concerning the process for the fuel terminal. No one told us until we arrived that it was a conflict of interest for Clay to meet with us. We met with Attorney Soria, Amy Michaels, and Clayton Jackson. Attorney Soria educated us on his job working as county attorney. He stated he is to make sure the process is fair, and he is unbiased. A binder was turned in that day containing compiled letters of opposition. We are submitting documents in the public record on this day, April 16th, 2024. The following are letters that have been submitted. Volusia County School Superintendent, Sheriff Chitwood, an official statement from the City of Ormond Beach, Mayor Partington, the Ormond Beach Chamber of Commerce, a joint statement of opposition from the Ormond Beach Fire Department and Ormond Beach Police Department, the Volusia League of Cities, State Representative Tom Leake, the Bear Creek HOA, Pine Run HOA, the Sierra Club, and retired Judge Joe Will. Please note that all departments within the City of Ormond Beach are under the umbrella of the city letter. We are also turning in 4,400 signatures from Volusia County citizens in opposition to the fuel terminal, with comments included. In addition, we are including a letter signed from the HOA and 146 Bear Creek residents that was sent to the FAA in August of 2023, expressing their concerns of the fuel terminal as it related to the airport. Thank you very much for your time.
Catherine Pante.
Catherine Pante, City of Daytona Beach. To quote Tom Leake in the Ormond Beach Observer, as a vehement opponent of the proposed fuel terminal project in Ormond Beach, I am working every angle to derail this project. Additionally, I call on the leadership of Volusia County Council to join me and make every lawful effort to stop the proposed fuel terminal project in Ormond Beach. Repeating, additionally, I call on the leadership of Volusia County Council to join me and make every lawful effort to stop the proposed fuel terminal project in Ormond Beach. Did the Volusia County Council make every lawful effort to stop the proposed fuel terminal? No, they did not. 5 council members voted against the moratorium that the county attorney and staff sold to the residents as the best legal path forward to address the current I-2 industrial zoning county-wide. Those 5 council members voted in unison, giving the appearance this has previously been discussed among them prior to the February 6th vote. Something else was out of sync. Neither the county manager nor the county attorney stepped up to the podium to address the council and recommend approval. This is highly suspect because when the county staff wants something passed, they definitely make a pitch and sell it to the council. We have witnessed this in numerous council meetings. Attorney Soria gave no answer as to why neither county staff or the county attorney did not recommend approval to the council. Some of our residents are former legal professionals who have combed through our county ordinances and land development codes. Our own ordinances should prevent this project from ever being built if used appropriately. These have been presented in both letter form and during public comment numerous times. Attorney Soria claimed they did not apply, referring to catch-all zoning. It appears like the goal of county staff and the 5 council members is to interpret our county code of ordinances to suit the needs of a foreign corporation. How is this fair, unbiased process for Volusia County residents? Something is definitely awry when a foreign corporation who refers to themselves as an 800-pound gorilla boasts about being blow and go, which is slang for getting dirty work done fast and furious, is given more property rights by this council than every resident or business owner within a few-mile radius. And if we actually think about things, that opening prayer, where everything you do affects every resident in this county. Thank you.
Ilana Kraft.
So the video you see playing on the screen features the 4,400 signatures and comments submitted by concerned Volusia County residents in opposition to the fuel terminal. It takes approximately 3 minutes to quickly scroll through these thousands of names, each of them representing real lives, real individuals, real voters who do not want this massive fuel terminal in their backyards. Can you blame them? Volusia County has Industrial 2 zoning that is referred to as a catch-all. The fuel terminal does not require a special exemption zoning to store 20 million gallons of fuel next to residential neighborhoods, a sports complex, SR Parat, a nearby airport with student pilots, an existing flooding of 65 Bear Creek homes, as well as infrastructure that is not appropriate for such a project. Also, the property contains wetlands. When questions were asked about security being required for such a facility, Attorney Soria said the county does not require security. We asked what agencies the application would need to be submitted to at the federal and state levels. Attorney Soria said the county did not know. When asked what documents the county would receive from state and federal governments, Attorney Soria said none. Mr. Irvin, as the best in the business, I hope you're listening right now. I-2 zoning allowing catch-all without security requirements? Public safety is in the charter. Does all this sound like a suitable location for a 20 million gallon fuel terminal? Additional examples of heavy industrial include, but are not limited to, aerospace, mining, oil drilling, locomotive manufacturing, and chemical production. Volusia County allows any industrial use. And to the statement that the council does not want to rehash the I-2 zoning, the response is the I-2 zoning was never hashed in the first place. Please review the I-2 catch-all zoning and special exemption zoning. And one last question for Mr. Irvin, Attorney Soria, and the council. Why is there no time frame for a developer to respond? Surely the county realizes that more development is on the horizon with 2,500 homes, 2.5 million square feet of retail, office, and light industrial warehouses coming to Ormond Crossings nearby. The continued residential development in the area escalates all the issues brought forward, including the lack of infrastructure and flooding questions. Thank you.
Suzanne Schreiber.
I'm Suzanne Schreiber in Ormond Beach. Continuing along with the septic permit, the Department of Health requires applicants to connect to sewer and water if available. We asked Who makes the decision since sewer and water are available in the area? Attorney Soria told us to ask the city of Ormond Beach. We did ask Ormond Beach City Planner Stephen Spraker and included Attorney Randy Hayes in the email. The response was the same as previous. The City Commission voted unanimously on September 20, 2023 not to annex the property or provide utilities. Nothing changed, Attorney Soria, but the county already knew that. Continuing to the question, who can file an appeal? Attorney Soria clarified after the decision is made, any affected person can file an appeal. We asked for the definition of affected person and the process for filing an appeal to be emailed. Attorney Soria said he would do this. There has been no email sent. 8 people were in the room when Attorney Soria stated he would send the definition of an affected person and the process. There was no misunderstanding. You see, it's unprofessional to say something will be done and not follow through. The page for the fuel terminal on the Volusia County website has not been updated since February 28th. Passero Associates met with the city of Ormond Beach and toured the Ormond Beach Airport to gather operational data. They are gathering data from the airports in the area. Why isn't this on the county website? During the meeting with staff, a concern for the lack of transparency was expressed. That same lack of transparency still exists. On March 22nd, a new list of follow-up questions was submitted to Amy Michaels by email. As of today, we have not received a response. When might we be hearing back with those answers? Please include the definition of the affected person and the appeal process at the same time. One piece of information that Attorney Soria made clear is the Volusia County Council sets the policy that he as county attorney is to carry out. That is called politics. While there are laws in place, the council has not addressed Volusia County's responsibility to the catch-all zoning, the charter, the letters of opposition presented here today. Did the Volusia County Council make every lawful effort to stop the fuel terminal? The Volusia County residents say no. Thank you for your time.
John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beachside. Let me start off with the young lady, first one to speak. She wanted no development, and she wanted and said that nobody wanted development. Well, I do. Absolutely. I want as much as we can afford to have. Wise development, but development nonetheless. I like the idea of having lower taxes. I like the idea of having better quality colleges and high schools. I like the idea of having tourists come in and pay for our bills. There are a lot of advantages to having development. The larger the city, the more opportunities it offers. Museums, art, etc. Secondly, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but 22 years. Last meeting, it was 20 years, 17 years. Again, I ask you to update every 5 years. I have no idea how much money they've lost over the last 22 years because we didn't incrementally increase it. So I'm asking you, our people in the city, county, and the state cannot afford to lose money as we neglect things to keep on top of them. Third, yes, he was correct on the abortion issue. I don't like to use the word abortion. I like the word murder. I come from a science background, and when that zygote is created, it creates a human being. You all know about DNA, half from the father, half from the mother. It is a unique, different entity. You cannot kill another human being, regardless of whether you're the mother or not. It also brings up the problem with, what do you do if a mother can kill her child, but a father can't kill their child? Not equal. Third, the fuel dump. I don't know how many times you're going to hear this. People are not getting the information. You think they know. It's still out there that David Santiago would vote for the fuel dump. And he didn't say that, but they believe it wholeheartedly. When you say be cautious, it doesn't mean that you agree. When you say that nobody up here wants to prevent the fuel dump, you haven't been listening to Troy or to Jeff. There are a lot of reasons why there was a 5-2 vote. It had nothing to do with back door dealing. All of you talk to the county manager. All of you talk to the lawyer. There are other ways to get your information. There are other ways to make your decision without talking to each other. And the public has to know that. Lastly, I wanted to talk about something. I'll talk at the end. Daytona Beach area, #1 in luxury tourist accommodations.
Thank you. Council, that brings us to the first item on the agenda, the consent agenda. Does anyone have an item they would like to pull for a vote or for discussion?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Motion to approve the entire consent agenda as presented by Vice Chair Kent, seconded by Councilman David Santiago. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the consent agenda is passed 7-0. Troy, did you want to make your statement?
I did, Mr. Rectenwald. I think that's 7 meetings in a row now where your staff has been running efficient and effective. Not one item pulled from that agenda, and I just give you public kudos for that.
We all saw it coming.
I'm going to have to pull one next week just for the fun of it.
By the way, a couple council members are talking about pulling one just so that we can break the streak, George,
Yes.
just so you know.
Just
Be prepared.
We need to find one next meeting. Okay, that brings us to item 2, the purchase of 1568 and 1596 North Woodland Boulevard, a Deland property for the Supervisor of Elections office and a warehouse.
Good evening, Janine Jennings, Director of Business Services.
Lisa Lewis, Supervisor of Elections, Volusia County.
Also here today, I just wanted to introduce that we have Carl Lentz from SVN Alliance, who is our county realtor. And back here, we also have Tony Brown, the VP and Secretary of Shanry Holdings, who we're buying the shopping center for. And Jim Corbett, our Director of Facilities. We are seeking approval to buy the Gateway Center on North Woodland Boulevard. It's actually 1444 through 1588 and another partial 1596, with the intent of moving the Supervisor of Elections out of her lease on Woodland Boulevard and combining it with the warehouse that is located out on Highway 44. It will provide her with an additional 5,635 square feet. The funding from this comes from, she has put aside almost $6 million in our CIP program for over 6 or 7 years. And also the remaining of it will come from our sales tax trust fund, which is technically a reserve. The total price for renovations is $2.5 million, and with the leases of the shopping center and the elimination of her lease, we anticipate conservatively having this paid off in 17 and a half years, which is a very good return on investment for us. I know a lot of people think, well, maybe it would take longer than that, but we've done it very conservatively with filling up that building. And just very quickly, her lease right now has an automatic 3% increase every year. So that $261,000 starts off at $261,000, but by year 5, she's over $300,000 a year in a building that we don't own. I'm going to turn it over to Lisa if you have any questions.
Good evening. I want to take this opportunity to thank you for considering this offer of purchase of a building. As you know, as Janine said, we have been looking for a building for a long time for a warehouse. And now we want to combine the warehouse and the supervisor's office. I have always felt it is better to own, where you have something at the end of your mortgage payments rather than nothing at the end of a lease payment. So with that, I have found this building, and I will tell you, this goes back a little ways when we did a voter registration event at what was Frontier Communications at one time in this office space, and how it was laid out and the space that was there was just phenomenal. And ever since then, I have been interested in this space, but at the time, it wasn't available. So we looked elsewhere, and our home now has always been a temporary home until we could find something permanent. And I believe we have found that in this space. And not only is it just spending money just for the supervisor's office in the warehouse, but it also gives some income coming into the county with those rental retail spaces that can be leased. So I think that's a win-win. I will tell you, I don't have to tell most of you in this audience, or even you up on the dais, that the county is growing. Not just with the development, but with that development comes the people. And with the people, they register to vote, and that means polling places and more equipment. And you need a place to house all of that. I will tell you that I have never begged for more places to host elections than I have this year. It's getting harder and harder to find them. We went from over 100 locations back in 2020. We're down to 90 now because I've had to combine. But we still have to have the equipment for all of these voters, and we need the space for that. So bringing the warehouse and the supervisor's office together would be a big plus for us. I will also tell you that our warehouse out on 44 would open up that building for the county. I believe Road and Bridge is probably itching to get in there as fast as they can if we do move out of there. It is a nice space. And as she mentioned, will have room to grow, which when the county grows, we grow also, just like every other office in the county does also. So I respectfully ask for your consideration on this building. I do want to add also, we are bringing all of our furniture that we have where we are, the cubicles, computers, desks, tables. If I can get the double doors that we purchased, I'm going to take those also. Shelving. I mean, anything that we purchase that is the county's is coming with us, so we do not have to buy new items. I will tell you, there's only one thing I want new. I want 2 new flags for the office when we do move, because they just look sharper when they're new. So I respectfully ask for your consideration, and fingers crossed. Thank you.
Thank you. Please remain available for questions, both of you. Does any council member have a question? Let's start with that first.
I do.
Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Lisa, you answered one of my questions. I wasn't sure where the warehouse was, but you said it's off of State Road 44. About how many miles is that from your location?
It's right at 4.5.
4.5 miles, and this would put it at 0.
Correct.
So with all the talk about voter integrity and counting ballots and things of that nature, especially in recent days, this would obviously supply you with a much more secure location.
Absolutely,
for
yes,
that.
sir.
My understanding is it has access on the back of it with the big, large roll-up doors, so the trucks could back up into it, so even more secure.
Thank you. Yes, 3 loading docks.
3 loading docks. Is there a way to secure a fence around the back area as well?
I'm not sure it could go around the whole perimeter of the building
I think
as
I
the
asked that
other
question
retail
before. Okay.
space. Yes.
You said it gives us more room to grow, which I agree. This would also possibly, as we see the sheriff's department is trying to get away from as many of those leases as possible, because we're just throwing money away. And it's always good to own, especially when you're buying a home, as opposed to paying out rent and paying someone else's bills. Would you say, and I may put you on the spot a little bit, your current landlord, is it a good relationship right now? If I'm putting you on the spot, forget it.
It is not the best.
It's not the best. So we've had a number of leaks in that building. It's been a struggle to trying to get them repaired. The air conditioning's been an issue. I will tell you this, from driving in that parking lot, it's probably one of the worst parking lots I've ever driven in. This one's just been repaved.
Yes, sir.
So we didn't have to pay for that.
No, we did not.
Okay. And when I say about the opportunity for it to grow, there might be an opportunity for other elected official offices that may currently lease areas, or they're growing as well, to possibly move into that location down the road. Just a possibility.
There is, yeah, absolutely.
But I do like the fact that we can collect rent. Mr. Lentz, I'm not trying to take away any business from you. So, but thank you very much. I appreciate your candid
Thank you.
and answering that one question because it is a difficult one. Thank you.
Yes.
Who else has a question for Don Dempsey? Go ahead.
I, having frequented Sonny's Barbecue for many years to attain this belly, I remember when Frontier was leasing out of that. I don't know who the owners are, but I remember there was a big struggle with parking between the Sonny's Barbecue customers and the Frontier employees. And if I recall, I remember seeing parking areas reserved for Sonny's customers only that were in the area that we're going to buy, the county's going to buy. So has that been resolved, or do they have a long-term lease?
There is an actual lease for 9 parking spaces.
That's it?
That is it.
Okay, so
Now,
there's...
I
Go ahead.
shouldn't say the county, but the office, I am a compassionate partner. And Frontier did mark off spaces that
Yes.
said Frontier parking only. They even had a security guard out there to prevent anyone going to Sonny's from parking in their spaces. It's going to be a fight for parking spaces, if you will, during elections.
Right.
And I don't know that any of us can keep people from parking anywhere now. I will keep them from Sonny's, I will make sure of that, but, everywhere else it is no holds barred, if you say.
But that's all they have the rights to, is basically 9 of the county's
Right.
preferred parking spaces?
Yes.
Okay. And when does that lease end? Do you know, by any chance?
I do not. I'm not sure of that one.
It's all right. Do you know what this building was purchased for and when? I was trying to look it up on the county website and I couldn't get it to pull up.
What it was purchased for?
How much the
Oh.
sellers bought it for and when they bought it? How much it's appreciated in value since they've owned it? Carl, do we know that?
Yeah.
How much the purchase price was for the sellers?
The parcel was purchased together with the adjacent property across the street, so.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So it's not apples to apples.
Oh, it's not? Okay.
Were you asking when the property was repurchased by the current owner?
Can you tell us your name, please, and who you're with?
My name is Tony Brown, and I am the property manager and the vice president, secretary of the corporation that owns the building.
Okay.
The building was developed
Yes, sir.
by my original partner, Leon Berlin, who passed away a number of years ago. And he was involved in the original development back in like 1986, I think it was, 86 or 88.
It's never changed hands?
No,
this whole
sir.
time? Oh, for some reason, I was thinking it did.
Well, there
back
was
before.
another partner in the development, and Mr. Berlin subsequently bought out the first partner.
Do you remember what that appraisal was back then when it was bought out?
Do I remember what?
What the appraised value was for the buyout?
I have no clue. I was not involved in the property at that time.
Okay. Okay, thank you guys very much. That's all I have.
Other questions from council? Everybody else is up for, you have questions? Okay. All right. Danny Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. A couple questions, trying to make it as quick as possible. How long has this property been on the market?
It's really not on the market. I approached Mr. Brown myself and asked if he would be willing to sell as we were looking for a place. And trying to get out of leasing, I approached him about selling the property and he was open to it. And so in talks, we have come to a mutual. Yeah, he does. He does want to retire, but he didn't think this soon, but.
The reason I was asking Ms. Lewis is it's a very niche property. You know, it's very uncommon for somebody to come in and take the whole kit and caboodle, just in my experience. Do we have a list of the pluses once we assume this? If, for instance, we do buy this building, I see that has a couple things here that are very costly. One is the flat roofs, and there's always problems with flat roofs. And there's, I'm guessing, and believe it or not, I used to put roofs on when I first moved down here. There's millions of dollars worth of roofs and expensive repairs. Do we have any projected numbers on the age of these roofs, and are we going to be what we're looking at in terms of maintenance, repair, or complete replacement once we get this?
Yes, we do. Good evening, Jim Corbett, Facility Management Director. We did do pretty substantial due diligence on this building prior to entering negotiations. The area over her floor space and office is currently what we call a D grade. We did an initial report with ARC. They recommended full replacement. However, under our roofing assessment contract, we had a separate firm that doesn't necessarily do the work. They just do engineering on it. They came back and said we could get an additional 3 to 4 years with approximately $15,000 in emergent repairs. Now, Lisa and I haven't discussed yet. I would prefer we programmed in the renovation budget to replace the roof in its entirety, just for the simple reason that she's encountered so many difficulties with leaks, and we feel like it would be prudent when nobody's in the building to go ahead, get all the HVAC units replaced as well as the roof in that area.
Do we have a number? Because what I'm
Yeah,
trying to...
approximately $880,000 for the roof, for full roof replacement.
And is that just for her building or all the other auxiliary?
That is for her building. The other sections of the roof aren't nearly as bad as hers. They were BC grade. So.
Okay, but I can almost tell you they're probably going to need it. So that's one thing that I'm considering in this. How about, I saw that we did the payment. Have we got every couple of years we have to reseal it? Do we have numbers on how much it's going to cost to reseal it?
For the parking or the roof?
Parking lot.
Parking lot. With it just being resurfaced, we're probably going to get 7 to 10 years out of that before we have to touch it. I did do an approximate cost. Typically, per square foot, we're looking at about between $1.75 and $3 per square foot for maintenance costs annually. And I did put, I believe it was about $2.50 a square foot in the proposed budget, and that includes that 17.5-year return on investment. So there is a built-in maintenance cost associated there.
And AC units, how much for AC units for everything?
Roughly $1 million for that's the entire building.
Okay.
And there's, I want to say, don't quote me on this, but upwards of 40 units on that building. So there's a substantial amount of AC work.
So we're up to about an additional $2 million there. How about flooring? Are we going to have to put new flooring and any additional renovations to get this turnkey and leasable to our potential clients?
So, that's going to be a discussion with Carl, how we negotiate these leases with the tenants. A lot of them will build a suit. I don't typically want to get investing in a tenant's rental. If they want to come in and lease it, then they do their interiors. And that's anytime we lease a property, we go in and do our own build-outs and fund them.
And is there any upgrades that I didn't mention that would be assuming kind of the liability on, in terms of anything I missed, whether it's AC units, lighting, maintenance, flooring? Is there anything else that I missed that we have to factor in?
I did a comprehensive renovation repair for her area specifically, but some of those line items do include the full complex, such as security system for the building. Obviously, we want to get our camera system.
How much is that?
Approximately, we've got $250,000 budgeted approximately for that.
Okay. And we're going to be taking this off the, and what's our tax revenue off of it right now?
That I can't answer. I have not looked at what the tax roll
It's in the
is.
city also. The city's
Okay.
got the majority of it.
Okay. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Okay.
Chairman, I do have one question, but it can be tied in with my comments, so they can start the timer for me. I'm fine with that.
Okay, I have one question for, Matt did a good job of asking most of the questions that I have, but he asked you about your current situation, and I'm just wondering if you could go into a little bit more detail. You're paying rent now for lease, and what happens when you have a maintenance issue? Are they just, you make a phone call, they're taken care of, or what's your experience?
General maintenance facilities does handle for us, but the big items that we have had from just about, we moved in April, May of 2020. In August of 2020, we had a deluge of rain that came and knocked down the ceiling in one office that ruined quite a bit of equipment not voting equipment, but computers, MiFis that we use, whatnot. It just, and this same office has done it 3 times. We have had leaks all over the building. We have had what they call affectionately pigs, the little siphons that collect the water and comes down into a bucket. All over. We have been very lucky that none of it has hit our vote by mail equipment or any of our voting equipment or our server that collects all the data for tabulating votes. It has been in the server room, but it has not been over the server. And if we know rain is coming, we have big tarps that we usually cover what we need to in the event that it does come through. But over cubicles, it has leaked. They did replace the roof finally, which was promised to us about the first year we were in there. They just replaced it last year. We have still had some leaks. And the roofer blames it on the HVAC blames it on the roofer. This last couple rains that we've had that haven't been that heavy, but luckily we haven't had any leaks. And they actually just this week came and removed our last 2 pigs that we've had.
Oh. Okay,
So
and then
we have had several issues, and it's been facilities that has handled what they can, but like a roof and the HVAC is on the owner.
so do we get reimbursed?
We have been rent deductions to cover the costs that we've
We
put
just
in.
take the reimbursement
Yes.
off the rent. Just real quickly to go back to the parking spaces that Councilman Dempsey was referring to, we will receive rent for those spaces
Yes.
from Sonny's?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Troy Kent?
Thank you, Chairman. Like I said, I have one quick question, and then if you don't mind, Chairman, I'll just go right into my comments. It's for Carl Lentz. I have a question for you. And just complete disclosure, Council, Carl and I played on the same Little League baseball team when we were 10 and 11 years old. Nice to see you again, Carl. And by the way, the guy was a great ball player back then. Carl, as the realtor for the county, talk to me about your comfort level with making sure that we get all of the other units rented out, and then a timeline with a reasonable timeline where you think that will take place.
Yes, certainly. We are lacking supply. That's why we're at this point, basically. Janine engaged me a couple years ago, and as well as Lisa, to go find space. And we are drastically undersupplied in available spaces in this market, in all of Volusia County for that matter. So that's why we're here at a point where there's some extra property that needs to be leased, because this ends up being the very best option that we could find without doing construction. And you all are well aware of what the construction costs are these days. So regarding the leasing, as soon as some of these maintenance items are addressed, we'll have a full-fledged marketing effort to make sure that these spaces are leased. My best guesstimate would be within 12 months, all of the space will be 100% occupied.
Thank you very much. That's all. Thank you.
Okay.
Council, I'll tell you where I am on this, and I'll tell you how I got to that point. The supervisor of elections, Ms. Lewis, reached out to me last week. We had a phone conversation. She wanted to meet in person. I said, is that really necessary? I think we can just do this over the phone. Nothing against you, Ms. Lewis, but I thought we could handle it over the phone. I thought the conversation went well, but at the end of the conversation, she still wanted to meet in person. So I said, I guess you're not completely confident in the conversation. And she said, not completely. So we met in person, and Janine was there as well. And by the way, we met at Sonny's. I love that place too, Don. And I was able to put eyes on the center and actually go into the building that our supervisor will utilize as her new office and storage area. One of the reasons I think she was a little concerned about my comments was I said, why would we spend this kind of money when we can keep you right where you are for 43 and a half years at this rate? You know, for this amount of money, we can keep you there for 43 and a half years. And, you know, she talked to me about the importance of owning, and I agree with that, except that 43 and a half years kept jumping out at me as, you know, it's kind of tempting to me. And then she let me know that, you know, she wanted me to look at the center and that we would own the entire center. And I said, now you're tickling my buy-in bone a little bit. So one of my questions to Janine was, you know, when does the county when do the residents of Volusia County start seeing a positive cash flow if we purchase this property? And the answer was 17 and a half years. You know, for a guy 49 years old, if I was doing this privately, I don't know that I want to wait 17 and a half years. But for a county who's going to be here, you know, I like this idea of making money for our residents. I like the idea of giving you a permanent home where we have more control of your location. And if there's a problem, we can address it rather expeditiously. I like that. I like the idea that your storage area is going to be in conjunction with your offices. I like the idea that you have room to grow for offices in that exact same space that you have. I don't like this picture that we're showing everybody because the picture shows the parking lot not redone. And that parking lot has been redone. If you've not laid eyes on it, it's beautiful. And the center is beautiful. So because of those reasons, and you know, I can hear both arguments about taking this off the tax roll, Mr. Robbins. I hear you on that. And then, you know, you hear the argument about competing with the private sector because we're owning something like this. Listen, I'm all for the county of Volusia making money for its residents. And that's going to happen eventually. That's not a bad thing. And I can argue that and feel like I'm, you know, holding my own with anybody on why I made this decision. I'm also appreciative that for the past 6 years you've been saving money and you're coming to the table with money to help us purchase this. So for those reasons, I'm a yes on this. Thank you.
Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, Lisa, I was just curious. You know the parcel, you remember where DCF used to be and the sheriff's office for District 2 used to be and Burger King used to be?
On the south end?
Yeah, until the tornado wiped everything out and now it's all vacant. You know, that's up for sale as well. Have you looked at that area, at that location?
We did look at that before.
Okay, could you tell me how much were they? I see Colliers has the listing on that. How much was that? How much are they asking for that compared to?
I'm not sure how much they were asking, but to build is going to be.
Well, they have a 43,000 square foot structure just west of the ABC Liquors, which is convenient for some of us, I guess. But no, I'm just teasing. But I'm just wondering why
that is leased.
It's leased.
Yes. I don't know if you remember when Frontier used to be there, they moved to the north end, and then it was Sykes, and now it's another name now. Yes. And they were working from home, but they are all back in there, and it is leased. So it is occupied, that building is.
Okay. Do we have any idea what they're asking for that? Just none? Okay. I mean, this is a smaller, you know, you're going to get another 30,000 square foot of building as opposed to this location. I was just curious if this was explored. But as far as buying versus leasing, I mean, there's a big difference between being there's a big difference in my opinion of being a flipper and a holder in real estate. When you're flipping stuff, you want to buy it as cheap as possible, fix it up, and then flip it and sell it for as high. But when you're holding, I guarantee you every single person on this dais has looked at a house, almost pulled the trigger on investment property, and then 10 years later said, man, I wish I'd have bought that piece because look how much it is now. There's condos in DeLand that were selling for $30,000 10 years ago. Now they're selling for $180,000. So when you, no, but when you think about the difference between the lease, I understand what you're saying. It's 47 years of leasing money, but you got to understand this property is going to appreciate in value. And like you said, the county's still going to be here in 48 years. And 78 years, and that dirt is going to keep going up exponentially. So it's just we're going to get a return on it. I'm purely in favor of buying versus leasing. You got to own. It's just a matter of if this is the right spot, which it seems like it is a good spot.
If I may.
Yes.
When we have looked, as Carl said, the county engaged him to help us look for property. I have been looking on my own. I have called people on my own. We have to be in the county seat, which means we need to be in DeLand. So we can't go outside of DeLand to look. Right. So it's in DeLand that we need to be. And when I tell you we have looked, I have looked at buildings. I have looked at more buildings than even Janine knows I've looked at because I have looked on my own. My husband and I have rode around on weekends looking for property that may be big enough to even build before I realized how much building costs were. I thought, no way could it be 15 to 20 million to build a building. Yeah, I found that out. So this is a win-win for all of us, most especially the citizens. As you said, we own it. We will own it. We will not be paying money. I don't want to say throwing it down the drain because people do live in apartments and they do lease. And that's one, I did it before also. And you know, for newly married people or small families, that may be what they need to do. But for a county to house an office space for the elections department, or if you moved other departments in there, it's there. That's a permanent home.
Right.
We haven't had a permanent home since elections moved out of the old elections building that is now a parking lot.
Yes. And Carl, I think you would agree there's some bank buildings downtown DeLand, a couple of them that have almost tripled in value in the last 10 years. So even though we're paying the appraised value now, this may very, very well be worth 20 million 10, 15 years from now. So you can't really look at it purely as the lease because there's no saying that the leases will always be, it might cost $60,000 a year to lease it 10, 15 years from now at market rates. That's why I'm a big proponent of buying over leasing. So thanks, guys.
Thank you, Don. I agree that this is a lot of money, and so what you're seeing is the council being very cautious. I support it, and I'm just going to tell you a couple reasons why I support it. One reason is because of a man that sits in the back named Ryan Osowski. I have a lot of faith in his ability to look at our finances and keep us safe. And you and Ryan and other staff have planned for a long time. How would we pay for this? Because you knew it was coming. You've been looking, I think you said, for 6 years for a building. So we've planned for it in a way that we can purchase this building without taking out more debt for future generations to pay off. We're also, instead of paying rent and a lease, we're actually collecting rent. And then when you look at that picture, there's a lot of rent to be collected there. It's a good argument, and it's something we have to consider that while we're taking it off the tax rolls, but I suspect the rent that we will get will far exceed whatever the tax income from those units are. But when I look at them, I see that one day the county, another county division, another county office is going to be moving into those places. And so now we'll have it. We don't have to build it. Don just pointed out it's not going to get less expensive to build something or to rent something further on. So we really are planning for the future and reducing the burden on future generations and our young people. I like the idea of collecting rent. So, I could go on, but for those, I just think I think you came across the very best possible deal that we could find in DeLand at a great intersection with a lot of parking, and yeah, you probably still will have parking problems during voting time. So, Jake Johansson.
Yes, sir. I now have questions. Lisa, how do you intend on managing that parking problem? Everybody on their own? You're going to put somebody out there during election time to kind of manage the mayhem?
We do have poll deputies
Okay.
during early voting.
That'll be able to.
We will do the best that we can, I will tell you.
Got it.
I've been out there myself, but I also have to let you know that during elections, there is a 150-foot no solicitation zone.
Right.
We manage that 150 feet within it to keep the campaigning solicitation out. Outside the 150 feet,
people camp?
They camp, yes. They have tents and, they have cars and they have, you know, all the signs, and it will happen, and you have to allow that per statute.
All right. Mr. Kemp mentioned, and then it came around, but I want to talk a little bit about it. If we stay in the current location we rent, we could be there for 43 years. Can you manage in there for 43 years,
No,
or
sir.
will you grow out of it?
We've outgrew it. We've outgrown it.
Right. All right.
And if I may, I will tell you, I went to Mr. Rechtenwald when I first came into office in 2016, when we were in the historic courthouse and we had issues with the elevator. And I told him, I mean, I went in tears. I said, I cannot do another election like this. So that's why we have been in a temporary home, you know, so we could find something. But even then in 2016, it was still 2020 before we even found that space to move into.
Got it. Well, things seem to be going in your direction, so don't start shedding tears yet. Mr. Lentz, somebody said that are there renters in the rental spaces now?
There are currently some renters, yes.
Some, but there's some open spaces.
Correct, yes.
And you had mentioned in your speaking to Don that that we're in short supply, yet here we have open inventory. You know, I'm just a guy, I don't understand.
Right, so I preface that with, there's some deferred maintenance at the center.
Got it.
And as soon as that deferred maintenance is addressed, which is already budgeted, I fully anticipate that
I got you.
those spaces to be leased quickly.
I got you. All right. Got it. I think that's all I have. Chairman, can I put a motion, or is that too early? I'd like to make a motion to approve, to get it on the...
Second.
Okay. We have a motion to approve the purchase by Jake Johansson and a second by David Santiago. And David, did you have?
Nope, I was going to make the motion.
Okay. All right. Troy Kent.
Yes, just one quick comment for the council and for our supervisor. I want you all to know that the supervisor, you know, she talked to me about keeping her furniture and bringing it, and you know, she's serious about saving tax dollars. And it's one thing that I said, listen, I'm real big on when you're getting a new space, you deserve new furniture. You know, you shouldn't junk up your new space with old stuff. And I love that you shared with me that this is great stuff. You've kept it in really good condition. And I just wanted to say thank you for that.
Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. I think everybody has brought up some great points. Don, thank you for that. Lisa, I support this. I was asking some tough questions. That way we can get it out on the table. Some of my reservation, though, is we're dealing with inflation right now, right? And it leads me to believe that you know, possibly after the election, if the administration changes, will that change? So if there is reservation, that's where I'm at. You know, I want to support this, but it's still a lot of money, and we might be able to do better. You know, so that's where I'm at. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't see anyone else who wanted to speak. So is Carissa over there? Can someone please call the roll? I can call the roll.
Johansson, aye.
I
first
can
this
call the
week.
roll. I have it right in front of me. Jake Johansson.
Aye.
Troy Kent.
Yes.
Matt Reinhardt.
Yes.
Danny Robbins.
Yes.
You feeling pretty good?
I am.
David Santiago. Here it comes. Don Dempsey.
Well, no, yes.
And you have a yes for me. I feel like we're on, what's that singing show. You have 7 yeses. You're going to Hollywood.
Thank you all very
Congratulations.
much.
You've worked hard on this.
Thank you.
Nobody bothered to offer to buy a new flag.
We'll get that for
Oh,
her.
they didn't. Janine, is there a flag in the? Yeah. Thank you. Okay, that brings us to item 3, approval of performance contracting agreement with Siemens Industry for cost-saving energy efficiency upgrades.
Did we have the slides, Carissa, for this? We did have slides. There we go. Good evening, Mr. Chair, council members, and staff. Jim Corbett, Facility Management Director. It is with great pleasure that I bring to you this item for consideration. This is part of the Siemens Energy Performance Contracting, previously approved by council in September of 22 to conduct an investment grade audit. We went around to our largest facilities in the county to include TCK, all our courthouses, agricultural center, beach safety, and the ocean center. Siemens Industry identified approximately 17 facility improvement measures for us, and these had specific rate of returns and cost savings that were guaranteed with them. Going into this, we knew this may be a multiple phase, multiple year contract, so we picked some of the best, some of the widest to cover the widest range of facilities in the county, and what we came up with were 4 facility improvement measures that would save approximately 4.2, almost 4.3 million kilowatt hours annually. Just to give you an idea how much of that, that's approximately 400 single-family homes. I was looking over the investment grade audit today. It's actually the amount, if you turned every single light off in all those buildings for the entire year, that's the amount of energy savings we're getting out of this. So pretty substantial when you include all that. So this is just outline where these facility improvement measures are going. The 4 major ones: LED lighting, high efficiency transformers, high efficiency controls to optimize our HVAC systems, and then a HVAC air curtain at the courthouse. Next slide, please. And then as part of this, there is a performance assurances services program. This is part of the guarantee for the contract. There is an annual cost associated with this. It's something we do annually, though. We get an annual report. If we are not meeting the guarantees by Siemens, they cut us a check at the end of the year. So it's something that we anticipate doing for at least 4 to 5 years. Make sure that that is trending, and then at the end of that, we'll evaluate annually to determine whether we need to continue on with that performance assurance. And with that, I'll stand by for questions. Thank you.
Any council member have a question? Then David Santiago.
Move to approve.
David Santiago makes a motion to approve as presented. The second was by Councilman Reinhardt. And comments, Jake Johansson.
I do have a quick question.
Yes, sir.
The Siemens contract, if they see something else at the end of the year that pops up as a major energy loss, is that something they'll find, or do they have to do the reinvestigation?
So the measurement and verification is a constant process, and they'll actually be reviewing it on a quarterly basis, but we'll get an annual report. So we'll know relatively early on if something's amiss.
How about if there's an 18th project that pops up because, let's say Lisa Lewis buys a building and we find out that it's leaking like a sieve?
We can, the contract allows us to do further investment grade audits on other facilities. And
Beautiful,
that's
thank
our
you.
intention to maybe look at other buildings in the future too.
Beautiful, thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the expenditure of $4,498,194. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And motion carries 7-0. Well done. That brings us to item 4, resolution finding public purpose and approving issuance of Educational Facilities Authority of Volusia County Stetson Project Revenue Bonds.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of council. Russ Brown, Deputy County Attorney. Item 4 is a resolution, as the chair mentioned, for finding public purpose and approving issuance of project revenue bonds by the Educational Facilities Authority for Stetson University in accordance with the requirements of the Internal Revenue Code. The bonds do not constitute a debt, liability, or obligation of the county. Members of Stetson and bond's attorney are here if you have any questions for the project. Lastly, it's my mistake. We noticed it as a public hearing. It's actually not required. So it's just a presentation before council for approval of the resolution. Additionally, would request that when the motion is made, that there is in clause 4, whereas clause 4 on the resolution, there's a reference that it also requires Pinellas County to approve the bonds. They're actually not doing any of the project at the law school in Pinellas County, so that's not going to be a part of the requirement here. So we'll take that out of the resolution prior to execution. And with that, I'll turn it over if you have any questions.
Any questions from staff? For staff. David Santiago.
Move to approve.
Move to approve as requested. Motion to approve by Councilman Santiago, second by Councilman Reinhardt. Any comments or further questions from council? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And item 4 is approved unanimously, 7-0. So 7. And item 5 is an amendment to a special exception for a non-exempt excavation located on State Road 44. And Clay Irvin, I'm going to let you take it from there.
Good afternoon, Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. Today is a request to amend an existing special exception for the non-exempt excavation. This item has been continued several times since originally brought forward to the County Council. As of last week, we had heard from the applicant who provided us additional and new information regarding the basically soils condition and the geology of the site that impacts the analysis that was submitted to us originally. And as part of that analysis, it showed that there is no short or long-term drawdown to the wetlands or the adjacent water bodies. This was the primary reason that staff had identified a concern to the PLDRC as well to the applicant and made the recommendation of denial because that is one of your specific criteria contained in the zoning ordinance for these types of uses, and to grant the closeness of the excavation to wetlands. Given that information, we sent it to our independent third party, which is part of our code requirements, to review the data. Included in your packet, I believe, was sent the information where our expert confirmed the findings that were provided to us by the applicant and supported their findings. So that being the case, staff is indicating that it is in compliance with that requirement. All of the other conditions that were identified, the applicant has agreed to. And I will quickly kind of go over those so that way the public and everyone else can hear what's going to happen. Is that if you decide that this does meet the criteria established for the waiver of the 250-foot setback and grant the extension of and the amendment to the special exception, that all conditions from the original special exception approved in 2019 would carry over with this one, except for those that are in direct conflict with the proposed plan. The applicant shall address existing code violations that continue or are not mitigated by the site plan and special exception. So in other words, if there is something as a violation now but will be addressed by the special exception in the site plan, that may fall off. But anything other than that would be addressed through the code enforcement process, including a updated wetland delineation. The deadline to complete the excavation would be modified and would be extended out to June 4th, 2028. That's reflecting a 3-year extension from the current deadline for them to complete. The final site plan shall demonstrate that from top of bank of the dewatering area will not be any closer than 75 feet from the wetland limits, which include the required 50-foot upland, or excuse me, wetland buffer and 25-foot setback. And lastly,
The applicant and our consultant will work to modify the monitoring program to ensure that the dewatering and excavation will not have any impact on the adjoining wetlands. There is a current monitoring program in place. Our consultants have identified some changes in regards to the location. The applicant is not feeling that the movement of those monitoring wells is appropriate, but there may be other options. We want to have the ability to work with them to come up with an alternative that will address their concerns and ensure that we are getting proper data and the way it's being monitored. So this did come to you originally with a recommendation of denial from both the staff and the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission. We have received new information which addresses those concerns that were identified. If the motion could address those 5 conditions that were identified, then staff believes that they have addressed the majority of our issues. If there's any questions for staff, we'll be glad to answer them.
Questions for staff?
One question, Mr. Chair.
Okay. David Santiago.
Clay, thanks for the update. On the conditions, has the applicant agreed to those conditions on prior conversations
Yes, sir.
before today? So they're okay with them?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'll let them speak because they should
Okay.
come up and confirm that for the record.
That's all I have for now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Vice Chair Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Clay, so it's almost like a Matlock murder case here, you know, like here you are standing here at the 11th hour, you know, there's some new information and staff was recommending denial, but now there's new information and that's really what staff's biggest concern was. What I didn't hear you say is because of this new information, is staff now recommending approval, yet our paperwork says denial still?
Yes, sir. What we're saying is that we are recommending approval subject to those 5 conditions that I just identified.
I just wanted you to say it on the record because I didn't hear that completely because, and I'm really pleased that you sent this off to a third party because it doesn't pass, to me, at first glance, it just doesn't pass the sniff test. You know, it's been delayed several times and now here it comes before us and wow, look at this. They have new information that comes out. And I know the applicants to be upstanding, great people in the community. But just the optics of it were a little concerning. So I'm pleased that we have on the public record that with those 5 conditions, staff recommends approval. And this went to a third party who looked at it and said, yes, this is accurate. You're good to go. Thank you.
Councilman Johansson.
Thank you, sir. Based on what Councilmember Kent just said, if we had done this on schedule before this information came out and voted no, what would they have been able to come back and reapply with the new info? I got like 3 questions for you, Paula. So.
Oh. Well, it's your decision should have been based on the evidence presented. So
Got it.
In an open hearing,
yep.
The applicant has the opportunity to present and was probably going to present the evidence that, you know, after at the last meeting, we got together and we reviewed it. So that evidence that our third-party consultant reviewed would have been presented to you at the last hearing. That is the, you know, they would have to go through great extent to explain what the evidence and what those soils mean. So this way, we had the opportunity to basically discuss it, review it with our third-party consultant, and provide a review and opinion on it.
Got it. This is a quasi-judicial hearing, right?
Yes.
So we need to.
Do you have any ex parte communications?
I have. I've spoken to the gentleman. So, and so my next question is: usually during quasi-judicial type hearings, you often tell us that we can't hear additional data that went above and beyond the PLRDC. That's not something that happens in this point?
No, those quasi-judicial hearings are appeals. This is not an appeal.
Right.
You are the final decision maker. The PLDRC was a recommendation only. Their decision is not final. So, you know, they take their first shot, but ultimately you are the final decision maker and you collect all of the evidence, including the evidence before the PLDRC and any additional evidence that would be presented before you.
Perfect. And one other for either Clay or you. I understand there are current infractions, if you will, that are being addressed. Are those going to be adequately resolved before we move forward? Or are they going to happen concurrently if we should approve?
If this is approved, that's part of the conditions, and so part of the analysis showing how they are going to come into compliance, address those impacts that were not permitted, provide for what mitigation, and that would be wrapped into the site plan so that that way we would be able to address all of those issues at once.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have, Chairman.
Thank you. Since this is a quasi-judicial hearing, does any other council member have any ex parte they need to declare? Anyone visited the site or talked to the applicant?
None from me.
Yes, for me, applicant and staff.
Okay.
Applicant and staff.
Okay.
Applicant and staff.
All right, thank you. And just, Clay, a couple questions for you. The reading through what happened at the PLDRC, have they heard this new information?
No, sir, the PLDRC has not seen this.
Okay. It seems like I recall the urban forester and also someone from environmental staff on site saying that they witnessed a drawdown on the wetlands. Does these calculations change that?
No, sir. What you're seeing is that we asked for the monitoring information to verify whether or not there had or had not been any drawdown. That information did not yield any kind of impacts whatsoever, but we did identify some concerns with the method of for the monitoring that our third party identified, and that's the issue that we're asking to be addressed, so that if y'all, as part of one of the conditions, y'all would include in the approval if that's what you choose to do.
Okay. David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks for staff, all the work that they've done on this. I mean, you know, barrel pits, we need them, right? It feeds the infrastructure for many things on the private and public sector. So this is one that it currently exists. It's been operating for years, and I'd rather have a successful one barrel pit than have multiple barrel pits. So with that, Mr. Chair, I move to approve.
David Santiago makes a motion to approve
I'm
with
gonna amend
with
that
the
motion.
5 conditions.
That's correct. I wouldn't, with defined conditions that staff has addressed.
And the second was that Danny Robbins? Okay, second by Danny Robbins. We do have members of the public that want to speak to this. This is an open public hearing. Let's do that now, and we'll see if council then has any more questions. First, we have Steve Wonderly.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Brower, council members, and staff. I'm Steve Wonderly. I live in Daytona Beach, and I'm also here representing the Sierra Club. An awful lot of new information all of a sudden here. One question about this, I'm not sure why the PLDRC wouldn't need to review the new information and make a recommendation on this before you all decide. However, a lot of what I was going to originally say still holds. The current setbacks requirement for the site are already drastically lower than if the site were established today. If established today, a setback of 250 feet would be required. As it is, the site's grandfathered into only requiring 150 feet of setback, and the applicant is asking to reduce that even further. Reducing it further creates a danger to wetlands, water, and wildlife. Current wetland delineation for the site, unless what part of the new information you received was a new wetland delineation, is over 5 years old. It's obsolete, and there have been unpermitted impacts to the wetlands since then, and the applicant has not, unless that's included that, provided an updated wetland delineation. There have already been violations on the site where the excavation has impacted wetland buffers, wetlands, and tree preservation areas. So there are established minimums to protect our water and wildlife. To simply waive those because a waiver was requested would be a mistake, especially given that there have already been violations. We don't have a current wetland delineation, and the restrictions that apply to the site are already far lower than today's standard. So the Center for Wetlands provides a means to calculate the appropriate upland buffer widths. A 300-foot buffer is necessary to protect just 50% of wildlife, and a 350-foot buffer will only protect 70%. So I still have to ask that you deny this application for the amendment. Thank you.
John Baker?
John Baker, DeBerry. I'm going to ask that you deny this. It's good that they finally meet the criteria for a waiver, but the fact is they broke the rules. When I worked for the city of Oviedo 30 years ago, if we had a serious environmental infraction, we would shut them down with a stop work order, and they did not do any work until they went to the city council and paid a fine. You don't get compliance by rewarding non-compliance. Thank you.
Thank you. Jake Johansson.
Sir, I have a few other questions, but you can hit my 5-minute timer if you want. Clay? Well, after you're done talking, Phyllis. I noticed that St. John's Water Management District kind of manages a little bit of what we're doing here, and we just increased the minimums from what they said. It appeared to me that St. John's River Water Management District doesn't analyze drawdown of the water table and the impacts to adjacent wetlands. Why don't they, or alternatively, why do we?
I can address the issue in regards to why we do.
Okay.
And because we do have specific wetland impact prohibitions in our comprehensive plan and in our land development regulations. So it's done to ensure protection. That's why we have, as you referenced, St. John's has a 25-foot upland buffer that's based on an average. Ours is set 50 feet because this is within the natural resource management area. And even though St. John's may not directly require or address drawdown, they do follow up through the consumptive use permit process because they see this as a wholesale removal of water from the water table. So they are aware of it. It's just not in the forefront of their analysis. So it is a concern that's voiced by everyone. The information we received made a very clear analysis of what the drawdown could be. And in the data that was provided, it was referenced that this is similar to the methodology used by the South Florida Water Management District in their analysis. And so our consultant concurred with the findings and agreed that as they saw there would be minimal drawdown with, again, minimal correlation to the wetlands. That's why we do have that monitoring to ensure that the modeling is actually ground truthed.
Which is going to lead me to my last comment / question. We had 2 people from the public come up and talk a little bit about encroachment to the wetlands. This monitoring equipment that they're going to correct, put in, make better, or otherwise put in a better place should mitigate most of the risk against wetland encroachment as far as water drawdown and whatnot.
Well, the first speaker identified the existing violations. There were intrusions into protected wetlands that they've acknowledged, and they will be working with us to do the mitigation for and address that through the code enforcement process. And yes, the whole point behind the monitoring wells, the placement of where the rewatering, either pipes or ditches, spreader swales, all of those things that go back in there will be something that we'll be working with them to ensure that the areas that need the rewatering will get the rewatering, and the net impact to the water table will be 0.
Thank you very much. That's all I have for now, Chairman.
Who?
Applicant has yet to speak.
Okay. Would you like to come and speak? And then just tell us your name and who you're with, please. Thank you.
Sorry to interrupt you. My name is J. Christie Wilson III. I'm an attorney with offices at 601 North Fern Creek Avenue, Suite 220 in Orlando, Florida. And I have the pleasure of representing Chemcho Investment. And we did, and I wanted to address the Matlock question because when we heard concerns expressed by both staff and others, we went to the source. The model that is used to evaluate these impacts is called the PONS model. And that model was developed by Dr. Sriram, who prefers to be called Devo, who's well known throughout the state of Florida. He developed the PONS model. And we had him take a look at it. And it turned out that the application of the PONS model by both consultants was in error. And he explained that. He did soil tests and came up with what the impact would be, if any, on the wetlands. And Mr. Sriram is here today, and you all have been provided with a PowerPoint. And I would be happy if you request it to bring Mr. Sriram up so there's absolutely no concern. He was not involved until the later stages of this. That's why this new information came. It was in response to questions and concerns by staff. And I would briefly like to address also the concerns that have been referenced regarding incursions into the wetland. This was not a willful incursion. It was an operator error. We immediately went to the Water Management District. The Water Management District, by the way, has already issued us a permit to excavate within 50 feet of the wetlands. We're not doing that because of the code that Volusia County has. But they've also issued a permit for us to correct the incursion that occurred to the extent it goes into the wetlands. We have monitored the water table for the last 4 years, and also included in the presentation that each of you have are the results of that monitoring. And that monitoring shows there's absolutely no drawdown. What was mentioned was the new code regulations. If you're applying for a permit today, they do require 250 feet, which is a change. But even under the new code provisions, an applicant can come in and demonstrate that there will be no drawdown and still get today what we're applying for to within 75 feet of the wetlands. So this is not something that if we were an applicant today coming in and asking for this exemption, we wouldn't be entitled to. We would have to demonstrate that we're not either temporarily or permanently impacting the water table. But we believe we've demonstrated that. We are appreciative of staff for working with us. And on behalf of my client, I consent to the conditions that staff has referenced, if this is approved by this council. And I'd be happy to answer any questions or call Mr. Sriram if you want to hear from him.
Council, any questions? David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to say that for me, staff acknowledged the individual that you mentioned, Mr. Sriram, is that right?
Sriram.
Sriram.
Devo. He likes to be called
Devo. Mr. Devo. Staff acknowledged his report when it was submitted. So, and I think the comments that I received from staff was that he's very well respected in the community and what he does, and I think he's a good expert that gave us the information that staff needed to correct the reports. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else for questions? Don't see any. Thank you very much for coming. Any other comments? Oh, I thought you were getting ready to press your, I'll just a brief comment from me. This was kind of an unusual hearing, and that usually we're told by staff you can't consider new information. Now we have new information. It's not lost on me what Jake said. Well, what if we had taken the vote 2 meetings ago when it came? What I haven't heard, and what really concerns me, is that the PLDRC was not in favor of this, asked us to deny it, and staff members in the field told us that they witnessed drawdown. The monitoring equipment may say something different, but I can't just forget the eyes on the ground that saw this. I think this is one of the issues with the borrow pits, and the reason why the council last year, maybe 2 years ago, voted to increase the buffer zone. One of the speakers said, and I read in the background information, that it requires 250 feet to sustain just 50% of the wildlife population. So then we have to ask ourselves, are we up here to make decisions for the animals or for people? And I think we have to do both. I think that we have to be, and I'm certainly not insinuating how, no matter how anybody up here votes, that they're not, but we have to take stewardship of our county seriously, because it does affect the quality of life of every person that lives here. The wildlife that we still have available, the open spaces. I think this is indicative of some of the challenges that we have with our current development pattern. So I'm struggling with this one. I think we need to stick with the 250 feet buffer. This project has been grandfathered in with much less, and I understand that. But County Attorney, did you? Okay, you withdrew. All right. Any other? Clay.
Just to clarify, Ginger identified that what was identified by staff at the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission wasn't pertaining to the groundwater level. It was pertaining to the intrusion into the wetlands that were identified for protection.
Okay.
So it was not pertaining to the groundwater, but the fact that, as Mr. Christie pointed out, an operator had gone beyond where they were supposed to and incurred damage to wetlands.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, Carissa, would you call the roll?
Mr. Johansson?
Yes.
Mr. Kent?
Yes.
Mr. Reinhardt?
Yes.
Mr. Robbins?
Yes.
Mr. Santiago?
Yes.
Mr. Dempsey?
Yes.
Mr. Brower?
I'll be a no. But the motion passes, the exception passes 6-1. Item 6 is an appeal of order of condemnation by the Contractor Licensing and Construction Appeal Board. And
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Chris Ryan, Assistant County Attorney. As the Chair mentioned, this is an appeal from CLCA Case 23-11-002 by the owner, Ms. Nina Lavinia. I'll give you a brief overview on the ground rules before calling the county's witness, Carrie Lusinger. What you're being fundamentally asked is, was there competent substantial evidence presented to the CLCA or the Contractor Licensing and Construction Appeals Board for them to rule in favor of an order of condemnation for the property located at 4105 South A1A in the neighborhood known as Wilbur by the Sea. No new evidence may be considered at this hearing, and you are limited to the record that was presented before the CLCA at the December 6, 2023 hearing. This has all been provided to you in your packet, and we will be reviewing the presentation made at that hearing over a PowerPoint. You additionally have the minutes and the transcript of that hearing. Competent substantial evidence is defined as that which a reasonable mind would accept to support a conclusion. This may include photographs, reports, testimony, or similar evidence that would support such a decision. It takes the vote of 4 members to grant an appeal. If you think the evidence you see today was enough to support the CLCA's decision, you should vote to deny the appeal. If, however, you believe the evidence was insufficient to support the decision, you have 2 choices. You may grant the appeal and overturn the CLCA's decision, or you can choose to modify their decision as you seem appropriate, such as the granting of additional time for repairs to be made prior to demolition. Staff, however, requests that an extension not be made at this time. By virtue of this appeal, the January 6th demolition date has already been extended over 3 months, and hurricane season begins June 1st. Additionally, Chapter 5888 of our code allows for what's known as repairs after condemnation. Essentially, there's a 30-day grace period in which the applicant may present an application for a permit to repair a condemned building or structure. In the words of the code, if the chief building official reasonably believes the repairs are feasible and reasonably expected to resolve the conditions, he may grant the permits necessary to allow repair, and demolition will be stayed. Applicant filed her notice of appeal timely on December 15th, 2023. At the time of her appeal, the 30-day shot clock was frozen as to that deadline. After today, should council choose to deny her appeal, she still has remaining 21 days to bring permit applications to our building department for evaluation. And with council's approval, I will call my witness. If you come up. Share these with you. Please state your name for the record.
Kerry Lusinger. Excuse me, Kerry Lusinger.
And what is your position with the county?
I'm the Building and Code Administration Division Director and Chief Building Official.
And what is your employment history in the realm of building safety?
I've worked in the construction industry in one way or another for 45 years. The first half of my career was as an electrician, went through an apprenticeship program. I was an electrical contractor for a few years. At that point, I went to the building code enforcement side of the industry. I spent a few years as an electrical inspector, electrical plans examiner. The city of Port Orange, I was there for 13 years. The last 8 of those years, I was the chief building official, and I was hired here.
Mr. County Attorney, or Chris, either one, how do we resolve this? They were, as always, a quasi-judicial hearing. You told them no new
information.
No
but new evidence.
They're certainly allowed to speak.
Yes.
And you didn't disqualify them from that. So if you are going to choose to speak, just raise your right hand and you can be sworn in, and you can still speak. You just can't enter new
exactly. Thank you,
information.
No, you don't. Okay. I was going to say, if the landowner chose to speak, though, she would have to.
Okay.
Sorry, Chris, you can continue.
Raise your right hand if you intend to speak at the microphone.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, and do you also swear that the testimony you've given so far has been accurate? Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so as chief building official, what authority do you have?
My authority, my responsibility is to enforce the Florida Building Code.
And can you make determinations as to safety issues?
Not only can I am required to. That is part of my job.
And where does that authority come from?
That authority comes from the Florida Building Code and Florida Statute 553.
Are you now, have you ever been involved in a building or trades board in the state?
I have. I served 2 years in the early 90s on the City of Port Orange Building Trades Board. I was appointed by Governor Scott in 2017 to the Building Code Administrators and Inspectors Board, and served on that state board for a little over 4 years. And I'm currently on the board of directors for the Building Association of Florida.
Have you been to 4105 South Atlantic Avenue in the neighborhood known as Wilbur by the Sea?
I have many times.
All right, so we're going to go over the slideshow presented real quick at the CLCA. All right, and this is, Kerry, if you go ahead and describe what you see in these photos.
So this is just kind of a general area map. The red outline is the actual address of the property. These are notice of determinations. by me that were sent to the property owner, and they were posted on site as well.
And this?
It's an affidavit by Paul Trader, one of our inspectors. He posted the notice of determination on site. That's the photo of the posting on the property. We returned receipt, and it appears that Ms. Lavinga did sign that. This is a notice of public hearing, and this is the notice of public hearing, the affidavit that it was posted on site. And same thing, there's the photo of the notice of public hearing and the mailing that was sent to the property owner. So this is this starts with the storms in October and November of 2022, Ian and Nicole. This is a report from November 11th. We were at the property. We recognized that there was structural damage. We identified the property as destroyed and that it was unsafe. Structure was not habitable. Half of the house is missing, basically, after the storms. Power needs to remain off and permits be required. These are photos from that day.
And what do you see in them?
The back half of this home was basically, the erosion caused it to collapse onto the beach, along with the swimming pool. These are photos from September 8th of 2023. And you'll see actually a better photo from the beach. No change since the prior November. These photos, same thing, same photo, November 9th, 2023, a year after the storm, and no change.
And would you say that these pictures were an accurate depiction of the property on or about December 6, 2023, the date of the CLCA hearing?
Yes.
Was there any evidence presented by the applicant that would have changed your opinion? If so, what?
There was not.
Was there any evidence presented by the applicant at all?
Not evidence, no.
Can you describe any structural issues you witnessed in your previous visits, and were they visible in those photographs?
They were. I think the photos tell the story.
Do you believe they pose a life safety issue to any occupants or passersby?
I do.
Were you directed to give the owners of 4105 South A1A time to apply for permits for demolition or construction before taking this property before the CLCA?
We were. Our direction after the storms in November of 2022 was to take our time. We knew they were going to have to deal with the insurance companies and those types of things. By the time we got to August, September of 23, we began to receive complaints from the neighbors. I believe Mr. Reinhardt received a complaint. I communicated with him about that back at that time. So after a year, we felt like we needed to go ahead and take action and get these properties cleaned up.
And did the property owner apply for any such permits prior to the December 6th hearing?
No.
Was there a post-hurricane safety report made in November of 2022, and if so, what did it say?
There was, and it was on the slideshow there. We talked about that.
Now, when a property is condemned, that doesn't mean that demolition is guaranteed, does it?
Not necessarily. If the property owner feels they can make repairs or they want to demolish it themselves, we will work with them to see that happens.
And should council deny their appeal today, they would still have 21 days to do so, would they not?
Correct.
Was the applicant present at the hearing?
Yes, she was.
Was she accompanied by the counsel who represents her at the appeal today?
I believe so.
Was she represented by anyone else?
Andrew Hall from Hall Construction spoke on their behalf.
And what testimony did he give?
He indicated that they were working with the property owner to apply for permits for demolition, and that they were going to look at.
That's not this type of hearing, ma'am. This is a quasi-judicial appeal.
Please, you'll have an opportunity to speak. Please.
They were also going to see if the remainder piece of the property could be salvaged in any way. The other thing he indicated to us was they were going to get the debris removed off the beach. They were going to do that pretty quickly.
When discussing a resolution of condemnation, did they object to it?
Not to my knowledge.
Did her contractor say that he had no problem with the timeline presented at the CLCA for a January 6th demolition?
He said he had no problem with that at all.
I have no more questions.
Okay. Before we go any further, this is a quasi-judicial hearing. I'm going to ask if anyone has any ex parte that they need to declare.
I do. I spoke with the person involved, the owner of the property, as well as building official.
Okay.
Chairman, I do not.
Just staff. Any
Staff,
update, yeah.
right. Okay. I have not either, although I have seen the property. It was long before I knew this was coming up. It was surveying the damage on the beach.
I've seen the property many times, including yesterday.
Okay. Mr. Robbins, any ex parte?
No.
Okay. Okay. Does anyone have any questions for staff so far before I call the applicant? Okay. Would you like to come and?
Yes, I can cross-examine Mr. Lusinger.
Yes, you may.
I want to raise it if possible. It's okay. Thank you. Mr. Lusinger,
Can you introduce yourself first?
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Lisa Macy. I'm appearing on behalf of Mrs. Nina Lavinia.
Okay, thank you.
You, the homeowner. Do you recall having a telephone conversation with Mrs. Lavinia and also with Matt Trezza of Fox News, wherein you told both Mrs. Lavinia and Matt Trezza that she could have, that her property was not in jeopardy and she could have all the time that she needed to make repairs?
I recall speaking to the property owner at least once, maybe twice. I don't recall speaking to a news reporter about it. I told her that we were giving them time, just as I explained to council, that our direction after those storms was to give the property owners time to work through the process. And I did tell her that as long as that she was making forward progress, either to demolish or rebuild.
And you're aware that she intended to repair the property, correct?
She indicated she was going to try.
Yeah, and you're aware that the contractor that she initially had submitted a substantial damage report in which your office said that the damage was not in excess of the substantial damage report?
I don't recall it that way, no.
What do you recall?
I believe there was something submitted, but it wasn't complete.
And it was submitted by a general contractor, correct?
I believe so, yeah. I believe
And
so.
your office stated that the damage was not in excess of substantial damage and could be repaired. Isn't that correct?
I don't know. I didn't make that statement, so if anybody in my staff did, I can't answer for that.
Okay, so you're not aware that your staff did that. Is that correct?
Apparently not, no.
Okay. And you're aware that at each stage I had sent you emails about the general contractor that was hired and then also about the engineer that she hired. I'm sorry.
What was the question?
I had been sending you, before you decided to move forward with the condemnation, I had been sending you information about the general contractor that was hired and also about the engineer that was hired. Isn't that correct?
I believe so, yeah. We had a couple of emails back and forth.
Yes.
And
Although she was making progress, you decided to move forward with the condemnation, correct?
progress would have been applying for a building permit, either for demolition or for repairs. That would have been progress, and we have not seen that to date.
Well, are you aware that Ms. Lavinia was told that she hired a contractor out of Boca Raton, and they said they applied for a temporary permit and they were denied by your office?
No application was received as of today.
So if they say that they applied and were denied, that's not true?
That's not true.
Okay, are you aware that the photos that you just showed is not indicative of what the property looks like now, is it?
It's not. There was some cleanup on the beach.
Yeah, are you aware that Mrs. Lavinia has spent well into $50,000
I would have no
of
idea
repairs
how,
to her
I would
home?
have no idea how much money she spent.
Okay, do you have any idea how much it would cost to take the debris off the beach?
No.
And you don't have no idea what demolition costs or debris?
No.
And Ms. Lavinia had been told repeatedly, including with the contractor who appeared at the hearing, that a demolition permit was required to remove the debris from the beach, but that turned out to be false when it was actually done.
That's not what was stated. They were talking about applying for a demolition permit to remove the house. We received a demolition permit application, and we told them it wasn't necessary. If all they were doing was removing the debris on the beach, a building permit was not required.
Right.
So that permit application was canceled.
Yes, and that's why the demolition permit was submitted. At no time did Ms. Lavinia ever agree to demolish her house. She agreed to clean up the beach because she was told, because of the request from your office, and that demolition cost a substantial amount of money that she spent so far, $50,000.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, can I pause for a second? Just point of
Yes.
order. Point of order. For a question to staff. Since this is an appeal, and I understand the appeals process, I think it was explained about no new testimony, there's a lot that's being given to us here as arbitrators of this issue. How are we able going to keep up with all of that may or may not be new testimony? If it's going this way, and I'll let you answer, maybe, Mr. Chair, we should have an objection period during that part. Like this is new testimony. I'm just throwing out because there's a lot that was thrown out there.
I was actually going to say at the very end that so far from what I've heard, everything was either after the facts or new testimony or new evidence that was not presented to the CLCA. So far, all of this back and forth will have to be disregarded by the council.
Thank you. And that's because of procedurally that we're required to only hear previous testimony or evidence, correct?
Exactly. Only something that was discussed before the CLCA can be part of this testimony today.
And I just want to make sure that that's clear because we're not trying to take about anybody's rights to speak, but procedurally we are required to do it this way, correct?
Exactly. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. If we can speak to her real quick, do you have any information that we can legally use?
Do I have information that you could use?
Legally use to take into consideration?
Well, first of all, the standard competent substantial evidence is not the standard here today. Our appeal was based on a denial of due process. We were never able to cross-examine Mr. Lusinger at the original hearing, and we were never able to see to this day, he was presented evidence that we have never seen.
I understand, ma'am. A simple yes or no question would be more than sufficient. Is there any usable information that we can use here today that is not new?
Absolutely. I mean, he just was allowed to testify, and I should be allowed to cross-examine him on his
Ma'am,
testimony.
we're following the rules, so please respect that.
Yes.
And I'd just like to hear the information that we're allowed to hear. So I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
I have a question for the board and the assistant county attorney. If no new evidence is to be presented, why was Mr. Lusinger's testimony reiterated today when it was already in the transcript?
So it was able to be heard before the board right now.
Well, the board had reviewed the transcript.
Then it was a reiteration.
Okay, so you told me I was allowed to cross-examine him today.
Yeah, as to the evidence that was on the record.
Okay, well, that's what I'm asked. That's what I'm questioning him on, and that's what I'd like to question him on.
I'm going to ask that you keep order in the room. You really don't help your case by speaking from the back of the room, so let's handle this in a organized fashion. And Chris, for now on, I think this is not a criticism. I think we're used to Paulo jumps up and down out of his chair all the time in quasi-judicial hearings and says, unhear that.
Fair enough.
So please just.
I'll do that as well.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
And if I could, just a sec, the code provision that we're under is 58-89, and it requires that the appeal of any decision of the CLCA shall be based on evidence made on the record before it. So as I understand, staff's position on this is that as long as any questions or cross-examination was consistent with the evidence that was presented to the CLCA, it can be explored today.
Exactly.
Okay.
Can I continue?
Yes.
I don't know if I misheard this earlier, but did Mr. Lusinger testify that Mr. Reinhardt made a complaint to him about the property?
No, I had mentioned that Councilman Reinhardt had contacted me.
Is that,
Yet again, this is something that was not presented in front of the CLCA, so it can't be explored this time.
okay.
Okay, well then why was it, if it wasn't allowed to be presented before, then I moved to strike all of Mr. Lusinger's testimony today. If he was allowed to testify as to evidence that wasn't testified previously, including.
Well, was that, I should ask, was that an argument or objection you made at the CLCA hearing?
We were not, he was never called to testify. The way it appeared at the hearing was that the board members were speaking to each other. At no time was it announced that they were calling a witness. So to us, it looked like the board members were speaking to each other when they were saying, oh, we have this package, is this in our package? And then it was banter back and forth. We were never aware that they never said, we're calling Mr. Lusinger as a witness, the county. And it turned out to be the county's only witness. So how could we cross-examine when we were denied due process?
Mr. Ryan, do you have a response?
I do, yes. Mr. Lusinger actually gave the entire presentation. It was exactly what we saw tonight. He stood up there, said all these same things, and which, again, as Ms. Massey mentioned, I'm reiterating. So this is literally the same exact evidence he gave.
So he gave us a summary.
Yes.
This evening.
Mr. Chairman, can I just ask a quick question?
You and then Don, but go ahead.
And just real quick, in the transcript, the county official, is that Carrie?
That is Carrie, yes.
Thank you very much.
Don, did you have a question at this?
Yeah, I have a question overall, and I must say I must agree with her. I think we've kind of opened the door. You know, once you open the door, that lets stuff in as far as due process and litigation and trial procedure. But more of an overview. We just passed. I don't understand why we're here at this point. We got
Mr. Dempsey, if I could just to make sure I understand what you're saying, what door are you referring to?
When the county attorney asked Carrie all the questions on direct, I think it's fair game. It's almost like trying something by consent, even if it's not pled. You bring it up during your case. If it's not objected to or whatever, then it's tried by consent, and you open the door.
All that was restated was consistent with the record below, unless the property owner can say otherwise. And just to be clear, we're here in a quasi-judicial setting.
Right.
So the rules of evidence, appellate procedure that apply to courts don't apply here. It's a little more casual because what the issues we're dealing with.
Okay, more from 30,000 feet up. We just passed Transform 386. We just kicked in $200 million back in December, was it? To help people like this lady. And we've shut her down a month prior to us allocating $200 million to help people like her whose homes were devastated by Ian. So I would like, if it's possible, to table this, continue this, and have direct staff to see if this lady is available to the benefits of Transform 386. I mean, I think it's undisputed her house was destroyed by Ian. We just kicked in a total of $328 million, allocated it, all because of the Hurricane Ian relief. We're trying to help everybody else in the county, and we're going to shut her down when she's a victim of Hurricane Ian, just like these other people. So I would like to continue this and direct staff to see if she's available to any of the benefits of Transform 386, and see where that goes, and then resume these proceedings.
And for the record, she is an 85-year-old disabled widow.
All right, Chris. This may be new evidence, I don't know. You'll have to tell me. Do you know if she has applied to Transform 386?
That would be new evidence, and no, I do not know.
Okay.
Which is why I want an ombudsman to help little old ladies like her work their way through the system.
Yeah, I agree.
We have asked the county for assistance from the very beginning and been given none.
Mr. Chairman?
Okay.
And information. We've been given none.
Okay. Councilman Johansson.
Yes, sir. I have plenty of comments about the 386 and other programs, but it doesn't sound like it's part of what we're doing now, other than coming up with a reason to postpone. So let's continue on, and if postpone is what happens, so be it. But I don't want to
Request
discuss.
postponement if
I don't
there
want
is
it-
relief available.
Mr. Chairman?
Okay.
I'd just love a second to finish the sentence, ma'am. I would like to proceed in accordance with our procedures for a quasi judicial and then come to the conclusion. Thank you.
Okay. This is a very sensitive issue. Everybody up here is aware of that. We've got a 85-year-old woman at the back of the room that's waiting to hear. We've got evidence to weigh. We need to do it in an orderly way. It doesn't mean that we're ignoring her conditions. Mr. Dempsey can make a motion to postpone it, and we'll see what the council does with that. But before you continue, George Rechtenwald, did you have a?
I would like to wait until you go through the procedure, then I'll try to give some information regarding the 386 and where that stands.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you want to ask something before we go on?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Don, your suggestion, opened my eyes, but not specific to the procedure here, right? We have to figure out how we deal with that, and maybe a motion handles that. But I guess preemptively to staff, procedurally, would a temporary postponement, is that something that can apply here?
We could continue to date certain, yes.
Okay. I move to temporarily postpone this hearing for a period of 2 months to get more information to the council and give the
Second.
applicant time to apply.
Would you like to specify to this second meeting in June?
Perfect. Second meeting in June.
Can we amend that to direct staff to assist her in seeing if she's eligible for any benefits from Transform 386?
I think staff will do that organically anyway, but
Can I weigh in now, being that you've done
Yes.
that?
We still have more people to talk, but yes, go ahead.
The timing is important here because of the fact that we're going into hurricane season, and that is in fact the danger that has been identified by the staff. So we have the issue of keeping the beach clean, and we also have the issue of the neighbors nearby and a pile of rubble that's in the middle. So that is why we're here today. We have been working with this person for months. And even if, depending on the outcome today, they would still have time to remedy the situation. I will try to make sure, of course, this is a different twist, and I don't have the people right here, but I will try to get the people here as far as the 386, and they can talk to this person before they leave. But I will caution the most of the 386 is to go into kind of the CDGB areas of the county. That's where the rules, I don't have all the HUD rules in front of me, but basically it was meant for that. Now she may qualify based on maybe being having a lot of assets, but maybe not having much income. So we can look at that. But I'm just saying that blanket statement about the 386, yeah, for the correct economic area, that would be correct. And I don't, again, know the specifics, but I don't believe that's the CDGB area in Wilbur by the Sea.
Chair, if I may, because I made the motion, and that's why I did not include direction on 386, because by the nature of us speaking about it, I know staff is going to try to figure it out, right? To see if she does qualify, she should engage that. And this 386 is not going to be the silver bullet anyway, because that's limited on the amount of money, even if she does qualify. I'll leave the motion as it sits there. I hope the applicant can, maybe the applicant can address this, can continue to at least do the demo side of things, or figure out something to make it safer.
May I respond?
Yes, you may. Before you do, who made the second okay. Go ahead and respond, please.
As to the safety issue, the beach area has been cleaned up and the house has been shored up, closed in, as it stands today, at a substantial cost. Probably about $50,000 Ms. Lavinia spent to do that.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Is
are we
Kier-
outside of quasi-judicial at this point?
Pardon me?
We're still in quasi-judicial.
Yes, sir, that's correct, Mr. Johansson.
Again, this is more information that cannot be used for
We
the purposes
can't
of this
use it.
decision.
Can we vote somehow to stop the quasi-judicial and then have this conversation everybody wants to have?
The motion is to table it until the second meeting in June, and it's a second.
That is the motion on the floor with a second. What we were asked to do was to either uphold the appeal or deny the appeal. We could uphold the order of condemnation with conditions, giving her more time, 2 months or whatever it is. But I know you still want to respond, but is this new evidence for us to ask Mr. Lusinger if anyone has inspected that, and is it any more safe today because that's what we have to weigh. We want to be compassionate to the woman, but we also have public safety to keep in mind. And is it dangerous to everybody else on the beach? What I saw leaves a question.
Unfortunately, Chair, for purposes of an appeal such as this, we're limited to that time at which the appeal.
Okay. Okay. Then, Jake, I don't have an answer to your question. Can we back out of this and just go into the attorneys? You're going to have to give us some direction.
Mr. Chairman, I think the answer is the call on the question that's before us.
To postpone?
If that passes, then it's postponed, and we're done until the second meeting in June. That's the if it passes.
Right, and I think staff or the property owner can respond to questions that you have outside of that, but right now the difficulty is we have the
Okay.
motion on the floor. So
All right. Before I call for a vote, we have someone from the public that wants to speak, and I think you still had something you wanted to say. Go ahead.
Well, we're here on the denial of due process based on what happened at the last hearing. My name is Lisa Macy, and I'm here representing Mrs. Nina Lavinia, an 85-year-old disabled widow and great-grandmother to 6. She resides at 4105 South Atlantic Avenue. This was her home for almost 40 years. This was not a second home. And
Mr. Chair, you have a motion on the floor to continue it, so I think council needs to act on that, and the property owner can say whether she agrees or disagrees, because if that passes, you're going to be having the same discussion 2 months from now.
Okay. Okay. Then.
On behalf of Ms. Lavinia.
Nathan Skip. Scott. Are you in? Tell us where you're from so we know what.
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Nathan Scott, former Florida Public Service Commissioner attorney. Have a JD, MBA, and engineering degree. I'm just a concerned citizen, just having watched this proceeding.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't see him in the.
I filled out a speaking.
He's it's from the public wanting to speak.
For quasi-judicial, is this something that was done at the CLC?
As to the motion, Mr. Chair, there's a motion on the floor. Public should be heard.
I've previously told Mr. Scott that any new information he has cannot be presented here today, but staff would be glad to speak with him after the hearing.
And was he at the CLCA?
He was not, no, sir.
So I think at this point, if he wants to speak on the motion, he can speak on the motion that's before the council. Otherwise, we're proceeding with the hearing.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I think I've reset my time. Again, I'm trying not to testify. I'm just speaking as to the motion. Holistically, I think emotions have run high in this. I'm just an observer in the room. I think Commissioner Dempsey has it correct, that should holistically take a step back and look at this. Again, what you have here holistically is an elderly homeowner who's experienced a catastrophic loss of their homestead property. They're trying to comply. They've run into some hurdles, pulling a permit, hired an engineer who's holding them hostage allegedly. You saw some very dramatic photos. I think those photos just holistically are not indicative of the current condition. There has been some cleanup. As an engineer myself who's built nuclear submarines, batteries for the space station, and airplanes for Boeing, the reactor, I do have some structural experience.
Mr. Chairman, I think he's going outside the realm of the thing.
I'm
so-
speaking to the motion. I support the motion.
I haven't heard any comments that are relevant to the motion, that with all due respect.
Nuclear submarine building has nothing to do with this, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, as a lifelong Republican, I find this board to be hostile to someone that's never appeared before you before, that's appearing in good faith.
Mr. Chair, let me say, I don't understand where the term hostile is coming from. You have a motion to continue to grant the property owner an additional 2 months. That's not hostile. The property owner has agreed to the continuance. So unless you have any comments that are relevant to the motion to continue, I suggest you sit down.
Wow, that is just reprehensible that a member of the Florida Bar would be spoken to like that. I mean, there should be some civility here. I'm a citizen in good faith, took time to come to this meeting, speaking to the motion, and I just think that's blatantly disrespectful.
You have not addressed the motion for continuance in one word that you've said.
I have. I said I supported the motion, and before I was rudely interrupted by a couple panel members, Mr. Board, and the attorney. I can't get a word in edgewise. It's very frustrating because I'm trying to come in good faith. I commend what Commissioner Dempsey said, and God bless you, sir. But again,
so your comment is to support the motion.
Support the motion, but I'm trying to tell you the reason why, sir. Some of the things that you saw, the conditions have changed. Emotions are high.
New evidence.
And not trying to get into new evidence. I'm just trying to say that I think you have some good people that are intent of working with the county in good faith, and they just need time. And I think that's where Commissioner Dempsey's suggestion here is seconded by, I believe, Commissioner Santiago, is best practice. And I just encourage y'all to try and work together collectively and have the commission provide some policy direction to staff. I think it can all be worked out.
Okay.
And you have an elderly senior citizen. I think that's the biggest concern, because I'm disappointed because, I mean, as watching this today, as Volusia County used to be all about senior citizens and homeowners. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I don't see anybody else with a comment, so let's call the vote and see where we are. The motion on the floor is to table this until the second meeting of June, postpone it to the second meeting of June. Motion was made by David Santiago and seconded by Matt Reinhardt. Krista, would you call the roll?
Mr. Johansson?
Yes.
Mr. Kent?
Yes.
Mr. Reinhardt?
Yes.
Mr. Robbins?
Yes.
Mr. Santiago? Mr. Santiago?
Yes.
Mr. Dempsey?
Yes.
Mr. Brower?
Yes. So the motion passes unanimously. It'll be postponed for 2 months. And we'll take it up again then.
Thank you. Could I have the date of that meeting?
What is the second meeting in June? Does anybody have that?
It will be June
18th. And
June
that would,
18th.
that would be a 4 p.m. meeting.
All right. Thank you.
And is there anyone in particular who we should contact on the staff? Okay.
Staff is already doing that.
That's my card.
Okay. We should contact you? Mr.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay. It is 6:27. Why don't we take a break until 7 o'clock, and we'll come back and wrap up.
Hi there. Good. How are you? Yeah. Sir. Huh? Yeah, he's the one that actually brought it up, so I'll ask.
Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 10 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 5 minutes.
my chest and then. So just let me die. I've only got a cold.
Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes.
Okay, 60 seconds. We're doing 7. Clay? Yes. Okay, it's 7 o'clock. We will continue. We're on item 7, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance to establish a change of business certificate. And Clay Irvin, would you take us into this?
Yes, sir. Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. The county council identified a need to make things more efficient and effective for business owners, so they eliminated the business tax receipt. Part of that process, we identified a need to come back with an alternative, so there could be a method to clear zoning issues, to clear building code and fire code and impact fee issues. This is that alternative. It is a requirement for people establishing a new business or expanding a business. No fee will be charged, so it'll be basically staff conducting the work. And really, again, it's just verifying if you're establishing a new business that you're in compliance with the zoning, that you meet the Florida Fire Prevention Code, the Florida Building Code, and everything is copacetic. And it's a one-time situation. So if you come in, establish your business now, and stay there for 10 years, you will only see us at that first point. Again, it's just a follow-up on what was identified with the elimination of the business tax receipt. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Questions from council? Yep. David Santiago.
So no fee to the applicant, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by David Santiago. The second comes from Vice Chair Troy Kent. Any other questions? Jake Johansson.
Thank you. Clay, how are we going to, how are we going to let me know that I have to send you in a certificate?
Again, it would be through the typical due diligence requests. We have it available on our website. We'll identify it. We'll start educating, again, send out education information to realtors and property owners.
Chambers of Commerce and whatnot?
Yes, sir.
Chambers are a good start. And it's one time, so we don't have to do it.
Right.
Okay. Yep, that's all I have. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay. Any other comments or debate? The motion on the floor is to approve the ordinance amending the zoning ordinance to establish a change of business certificate. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. That brings us to item 8. Adoption hearing for ordinance 2024-10 to repeal Chapter 78-1 waiting period and records check for purchase of firearms. Chris.
Good evening, Commission. Pardon me, County Council. At the March 19th, 2024 meeting, staff brought forth a draft of an ordinance repealing Chapter 78-1 waiting period and records check for purchase of firearms of the Volusia County Code of Ordinances for discussion and direction. County Council voted to proceed with such an ordinance. Section 78-1 pertains to sale and delivery of handguns, any of which transaction is conducted on property to which the public has a right to access and requires a 3-day waiting period between sale and delivery, as well as a criminal background check. Now, this does not impact the background check requirements imposed on licensed retailers under federal and state statutes. Additionally, I'd briefly like to address the recently finalized federal rulemaking developments. On April 11th, the federal government, specifically the DOJ and the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, finalized rulemaking to close what is called the gun show loophole. Now, the new regulation will become effective 30 days after being published in the Federal Register. This was the final part of the 2022 Safer Communities Act. This closure is both more inclusive and more exclusive than what the county currently contemplates. The county is seeking to allow all sales on property to which the general public has access by persons who are not licensed by a federal or state government as firearms retailers without requiring the currently mandated 3-day waiting period and background check. The federal rulemaking, however, seeks to require background checks and licenses essentially for anyone who chooses to sell firearms predominantly for profits. This includes online, by mail, at flea markets, and at gun shows. Exemptions are provided for people choosing to purchase guns for hobby, collecting, study, or for hunting or target shooting. So in recap, what the county is seeking to do today is to remove the requirement for a background check and 3-day waiting period on places within the county accessible to the general public, applicable only to sellers not licensed by the state or federal government for retail sale of handguns. Thank you.
Thank you. For questions, Councilman Danny Robbins.
I have none. I was going to make the motion to accept the repeal of this ordinance 78-1.
Motion to approve the ordinance by Councilman to remove the appeal. Yes, by Danny Robbins. Was there a second?
I'll second it.
Seconded by David Santiago. Questions for staff? Debate? We do have members of the public who want to speak. Dana McCool, you were first.
Mr. Chair and Council, to say that I am disappointed is a real big understatement at this, because in essence what this council is going to be saying is that you know better than federal authorities and than experts. And although you might fancy guns, I don't consider anyone sitting up here an actual expert. At least I've not heard testimony to that, to the contrary. This loophole is being closed for a reason. The experts have spoken. And I don't want our council up here to basically be saying that you are pushing through something that makes it easier for someone with some type of instability to purchase a gun. 3-day waiting period is not infringing on anyone's rights to own a gun. What it is doing is allowing the most vulnerable people that would be allowed through the back door to purchase a gun for unstable reasons to cool off here. 30 days, guys. If you go through with this vote in the affirmative to repeal this, you're telling the public out here that you know better than what is now going to be mandated. This loophole is being closed for a reason. This is also encouraging people to hurry up and run out and go get a gun. You know, the argument has been made that if a woman feels threatened and she needs to go purchase a gun, that this would take away her right to go buy a gun in a domestic violence situation. And I would proffer back to you this. If a woman is going out and buying a gun at the turn of a coin like this, the odds of this gun being turned around on used on her are very high without proper training. The argument doesn't hold water. We're not infringing on anyone's rights here. I don't want people to use this as a political pedestal. This is about protecting protecting, this is about public safety. And when polled, I will tell you this, I am a Second Amendment proponent. However, I believe that we need safety in place here. And when polled, I've asked some conservative, male and female, to call themselves Republicans, regarding this waiting period. And you know what? This was the most said thing to me. This is political suicide if I vote contrary to what is being presented, because it's deemed as a partisan issue, and it's not. This is about our people. This is about the safety of our people, of our most vulnerable. I don't know anyone that can't delay gratification other than 2-year-olds and people that don't have good reasoning skills at the moment. I'm not infringing upon a right, and I'm asking you to follow the letter of the federal law, because there's a good reason, a bipartisan committee closed this loophole. You can be a fan of the gun while still protecting our public, and that's what I'm asking you to do.
Tim Hoover.
Tim Hoover. I live in Samsula, in Quiet Place in the Country. 25 years I was a public servant, worked for the fire department, and we've seen all these shootings and disabled people, or there's just crazy, a lot of crazy people out there and stuff. So you make it easier for someone who's unstable to go and purchase a gun, because there's really no background checks, no FBI fingerprints or anything. I'm a concealed weapons permit. Enjoyed the training that we had. My wife and daughter went through it, and I recommend it to everybody who owns a gun, or if you don't carry a concealed weapons permit. You get the training, you get the safety of it, but just to go in there and buy a gun and walk out with it and not really even how to load it, how to handle it, and leave it around for some small kid to get it. I think the 3-day waiting period is ideal, and I also think that there should be some kind of training to even purchase a gun. Thank you.
John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. I was offered about a dozen guns when I was a kid. My uncle had passed away, and his children didn't want the guns, and I was offered it, and I chose not to. A friend of mine, my mother's best friend, got in an argument with his wife, which happens, but he was a bit unstable. So he left the house, went to a gun store, bought his gun, came home and killed his wife and his mother-in-law, Mrs. Carpenter. That stuck in my mind. Whenever this thing pops up, there are arguments. You may sit there and say, well, yeah, not everybody does this, but it happens enough time to warrant looking at it. The loophole needed to be closed 10, 20 years ago. It should never have been allowed to go on as long as it did. This closes it, and you're going to open it back up. I'm asking you to be very cautious about what you do. Think why they did what they did, what existed. Guns are going to be with us hopefully forever, all right? I have no problem with guns. I have no problem with who owns guns. But there are instances in which it can be abused. Don't add to it. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's all we had from the public, so I'll close the public hearing on this. Councilman Johansson.
And so, as I understand it, anybody can go to any friend and purchase a weapon without any waiting period. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Chris, how often do we here in Volusia County have gun shows?
I believe it's 9 a year.
9 a year.
I believe so, yes. Either 7 or 9. I think it's gone back and forth based on COVID and a couple other things.
Sure. So 9 times a year I can decide to act irresponsibly and go buy a gun at a gun show and do something about it. But the other 350, 345 days a year, I can go to any friend, relative, or anybody, private citizen, and buy a weapon from them.
In
a
their private
heartbeat
property, yes.
on private property. So the only difference is the public property.
Correct.
Can gun shops hold is there any way for a gun shop to somehow hold some type of event at a private property where firearms are sold, as long as they're not sold by them, the actual gun shop owner?
That might implicate their license. I'm not sure exactly what you're asking.
I'm just wondering if a bunch of people can get together on a private residence and buy and sell guns to each other.
That should be okay. I believe so, based on the way.
And if you're invited, you can go. I'm just trying to. I'm trying to figure out why being in the public is different than being in the private, as far as the argument that unstable people can buy weapons. I think they have access to weapons. I think they have friends that have weapons, probably. And as far as other people that thinking they need a weapon, if those people are not mentally unstable, they usually wait the 3 days and get the weapon anyhow, and they have it 3 days. They're not acting in a fit of rage. So I think, the fit of rage Saturday, hey, look, there's a gun show, is probably a little few and far in between for me, speculatively. So that's kind of my thought process on this. I appreciate the time, Chairman. Thank you.
Councilman Santiago.
Sure. I have a question for you. When you opened and explained, I think you went into the recent federal changes that were made.
Yes, sir.
Can you go back and what I thought I heard you say about certain exemptions?
I'll actually go one further. I'll read the brief directly from the White House as to how this applies. It prevents people from falsely claiming that guns are part of a personal collection in an attempt to evade the law. The statute explicitly states that making occasional sales of firearm from a personal collection or liquidating collection does not require a federal firearms license or background checks. However, people have evaded the background check requirement by falsely claiming they are selling their personal collection. The final rule makes clear that a personal collection of firearms is limited to collections acquired for a specific reason, like study, comparison, exhibition, or for a hobby, like hunting or sport shooting. A bona fide personal collection is not the same as a business inventory. So the idea, again, was they were trying to require people who are selling guns primarily for profit to have a license, whereas individuals like selling to someone for hobby would still be exempt from this requirements.
So I want to repeat what I think I heard.
Okay. I'll do my best to clarify.
Yes. So if someone could buy a bunch of guns and say that this is a hobby. I bought all these guns, 10, 20 guns, whatever it might be. And if I want to go to the fairgrounds to participate in the next gun show, and I'm now selling my hobby guns, that loophole exists to circumvent whatever the feds just did.
I can't speak as to how regulation will come down as far as that goes, but
It's possible.
I believe it's possible, yes.
Possible. Okay, I don't want to nail you down. So it's possible there's still going to be gaps in this, what they just passed in the White House.
Most likely, yes.
Sounds like it. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Robbins.
I was just going to say, sum it up, it does nothing. It's like I identify as this, identify as that. The guns can identify as wholesale and not retail, or for profit, not for profit. This has more holes in it than Swiss cheese. I wouldn't even bring this up if I was the federal government. It's a joke. I stand by my motion. Thank you.
Any other comment or questions? If not, I will ask for the vote. The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance, which removes the 3-day wait and background check. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? And the ordinance is adopted 7-0. Item 9, ordinance 2024-007, truck parking.
Good evening. Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. County Council identified a desire to change our parking standards to allow for within the agriculturally zoned properties the ability for the owner of that unit or the occupant to be able to park larger vehicles such as semis, work vehicles, those types of things, and not face some of the restrictions that we currently have. Based on the direction that staff received, we've modified the ordinance, and there's basically 4 critical things. It has to be utilized by the person who inhabits the home. It cannot be located in the front of the house or within the front yard setback. And property owners are limited to a maximum of 2 commercial vehicles, and the minimum parcel size must be 2.5 acres. Went forward to your PLDRC, coming to you from a recommendation of approval from both council or from staff and the PLDRC. If there's any questions for staff, we'll be glad to answer them.
Council, any questions?
I got one.
Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chairman. Clay, thank you for the due diligence we did on this. Couple questions. Does this target or include the RR rural residential that has a 1 acre minimum?
Yes, sir.
A 1 acre minimum?
Well, it allows it within the RR zoning, but you would still have to meet the 2.5 acre requirement.
Okay. Does it include non-conforming lots of any size?
No, sir. It would have to be 2.5 acres.
Does this protect, how do I put this? Does 1 acre, the standard RR zoning classification, how would this affect Bethune Beach, Ormond by the Sea, anywhere east of Clyde Morris and Ormond Beach, Derbyshire Road, or any properties thereof with in those areas with 1 acre?
The majority of the areas you identified are within the urban areas, so they do not have the rural zoning. The only areas that I would be aware of is around the New Smyrna Beach, south of State Road 44, right around in there. There are some rural residential A3, A4 properties.
Moving on, agriculture. I know you're familiar with this. No matter the zoning classification or the size, if it's used in conjunction with a bona fide agricultural operation, can those vehicles, no matter the number, be stored on any property as long as it's tied into the agricultural operation?
Yes, sir. If you have a approval through the property appraiser's office as a agricultural classification, and the equipment or vehicle is associated with that bona fide agricultural use, you are exempt from the zoning regulations.
And lastly, just to conclude, so you can have unlimited vehicles as long as it's tied into our greenbelt or agricultural laws, and as long as you're bona fide agriculture. But if you're not, you can't.
Correct.
Okay, that's all I got.
Councilman Johansson for questions or
Yes,
comment?
thank you. Yes, thank you, Chairman. Because I don't live like this, but want to, I want to clearly understand that if I live on a 1 acre, 2.5 acre lot, and I have a driveway with a little area where I can park something other than a vehicle in front of my house, but off to the side. Are you saying that if I drive a 18-wheeler that I can't keep my tractor there, it's got to be behind the house, the setback of the house?
That was the direction County Council gave us, yes.
So, in my travels looking for said property, I see plenty of folks who have things well out of the way, but in front of their home. And I apologize, but I thought this would be allow people with a little more land, a little more freedom to park as they wish on their properties. All right, thanks. That's all I have.
Councilman Robbins.
Before I make the motion, I'll make additions to the motion, not on the current, with the current standards, but Mr. Ken, I'd love to, I don't want to cut you off. If you want to go ahead, you can.
Thank you. And, I appreciate you asking the questions of Mr. Irvin, specifically about Ormond by the Sea and down in New Smyrna and things like that. I still stand where I stood on this months ago. I feel like once you lower those expectations and you allow it, this opens up a Pandora's box of problems that I know I don't want to live next to. I know we weren't all in agreement, but most of us, I believe, were when we sent this back to staff and said, the agreement I think was 2.5 acres. That if you had 2.5 acres, then we would change these rules here. And staff at that meeting presented us pictures of absolute nightmares if I lived next to that. I mean, it was like Sanford and Son on steroids. Some of those pictures, Mr. Irvin, that you presented to us at that last meeting, we're talking about all kinds of recreational vehicles and boats and company vehicles, there. So I appreciate, all of your comments, and I'm of course interested to hear what Mr. Robbins has to say, but I don't know that I'm going to be swayed to change my opinion on this. I don't think this makes Volusia County better. At the end of the day, whenever, when I walk away from this meeting tonight, I don't think if I change this, I don't think it makes Volusia County better. I'm okay with what's presented right now by staff, but if we change this to a smaller footprint, I don't think that this helps Volusia County.
Councilman Robbins.
Chair, just appears we're going to go into discussion. I'd like to make a Chair, how would you prefer it? We can just do it for discussion only and then do the proposal, or do you want me to do the? Would you prefer the proposal up front? Because there may be more discussion. There's a couple people waiting. Go
You
ahead.
still have questions?
I got questions.
Okay, that's all right. Let's take the questions first then, Danny. Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Clay, does it limit the number of vehicles?
Yes, sir, to 2.
The 2. Troy brought up the Sanford and Son image. The way your ordinance is written here today, could we get Sanford and Sons legally with this? I know that's a very big description, but
Again, we're working off the directive we heard from you, and what we heard was the concerns that you saw with the code violations we brought up, where again, you have heavy equipment and a variety of different things parked in the front of a variety of different sites. That is something that we heard you did not want. What you wanted to be able to do was to allow for reasonable use of larger tracts of land where the occupant had a semi-vehicle or similar type of vehicle to be able to park in a manner that minimized the impact on the general
so
public.
this wouldn't open the door to the Sanford and Son.
In our humble opinion, as your staff, we believe it's meeting the policy direction you all gave us and
Gotcha.
with the
Enough said.
specifics that were
Okay.
identified.
I got you. Okay, thank you very much. I'm good for now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I just got a
Question.
question. Clay, I'm just looking at your definition section here, page 9-8, or page 4 or 5 on the top, or 9-8 on the bottom. It says a definition of a large vehicle includes a truck with a gross vehicle weight greater than 10,500 pounds.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that would include Ford F-250s and Ford F-350s, both of which I drive and my wife drives, and you're saying that I couldn't, Jake drives, you're saying that we couldn't park our trucks in front of our house under this ordinance?
I believe that those,
You could use it for hire if you
It just says no truck, trailer, semi, all that stuff, or any truck with a gross vehicle weight greater than 10,500 can be.
Those are all, what Paolo was saying is these are existing definitions that are, we're not modifying anything with those. If you feel that we need to address those, we can.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable just, I mean, F-250, F-350, I mean, pretty much everybody on the west side drives those. I mean, we got to bump this number way up. Bring back the El Caminos.
I got a
Like
question.
David.
Okay.
Clay,
One more question from Councilman Robbins.
is there a mechanism in place for enforcement? I know the answer to this, to alleviate any junkyards, because that's not my intent here. Is there an enforcement mechanism, code enforcement, yada yada? Currently,
For a true junkyard, yes. Where we start getting into issues is when people start talking about home-based businesses. That's been the biggest problem we've had in regards to folks being able to identify that they're operating a home-based business.
Right.
And so as long as, with that provision, as long as you're parked behind a fence, as long as it's not visible from a right-of-way or your adjacent property owner,
but
that's addressing it.
as it stands right now, though, if you have a commercial vehicle that's over 10,000 pounds in your yard, and that's an ordinance, which it is there an enforcement mechanism? Is code enforcement able to cite that person?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes. Thank you.
Councilman Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. One quick question. I'm glad Councilman Robbins brought up the code enforcement aspect. Are you, and I know the answer to this, but for full disclosure, are you proactive or reactive with respect to code enforcement?
We are complaint-driven.
Complaint-driven, so you're reactive. So the complaint, well, it is. The complaint has to be received, not anonymous, in order for code enforcement to act on these trucks or whatever that may be in the front yard.
Yes, sir. I do need to provide a clarification, and I want to make sure the council understands our policy and code enforcement. If you call in a complaint on Mr. Robbins, and I show up at and I'm the code enforcement officer, and it's parking a vehicle illegally, and I go up to his front yard, our code enforcement officers are looking around, because the fact is as soon as we tell that to Mr. Robbins, he's going to go, why are you picking on me when the guy right across the street has the same thing? And the person who lives across the street could have called the code violation in. So we call it our 360 rule, that if you're standing at the front porch of the person who's been complained upon and you see the same violation, you go and let the property owner know that they're in violation, not necessarily that it complains.
And I like that, but that's one street.
Yes. Yeah, we are not going out and patrolling and actively seeking out violation.
Understood. Thank you.
Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to make a motion to modify this existing proposal and make it 1 acre minimums for RR rural residential zoning classifications, and also include all non-conforming lots 1 acre and above.
I'll second it if we can add upping the GVW to like 16,000 or 18,000 pounds or something, so that F-250s and F-350s and similar Dodges and Chevys can be parked in front yards.
Paulo, before you answer, it says in here commercial vehicles. If it's a residential pickup truck, 250, 350, whatever, is that included in this?
Well, we just go by weight. So
who's going to weigh it?
Well, Clay said it's based on the registration. If you're making those changes, my recommendation is give us direction. We'll take it back. We'll provide you finalized language to clarify it, rather than trying to change the language on the fly here. So if you make a motion giving us direction, we'll provide you those clarified changes so you can see how it looks like in text.
Okay. Councilman Robbins.
Chairman, I'm amicable to that. I think this will be a good start. Let's have them bring that back, and also, too, we can give them direction, Don, to address your concern, because really, if you want to get into this, any vehicle that you use, it can be a car. It can be an F-150. If you're pulling a lawn trailer or a landscape trailer and you're using it for profit or for hire, is that not defined commercial? I mean, come on, let's be real here. And then we can look at the $24,999 weight limits. I have my CDL. I've had it for a number of years. We can go into all that, but this would give initial direction for staff to come back, give us some language, and then if we want, Don, I'll be more than happy to help you adjust and identify what needs to be changed in terms of the legal definitions of commercial vehicles.
So how about if you withdraw your motion and then make new motion to table to a time certain? Unless you want to just give them an open-end time.
And if council would like us to come back, we don't need to table it to a date certain.
Okay.
We'll have to re-advertise anyway. So if we can bring it back when ready, obviously we won't wait too long. But
Yeah, just direct staff to come back and modify the amendment to include the concerns identified. And if that's the direction of staff or the council, staff will follow through.
And right now what you have is including 1 acre, non-conforming lots of any acreage?
So 1 acre minimum, including non-conforming lots in all rural and transitional agricultural zoning classifications.
Just to clarify, so if you have, say, A2 zoning, which requires a minimum lot area of 5 acres, but you own a parcel that's 1.5 acres, that would be a legal non-conforming lot. So you're saying that if you have that, you would still be able to utilize it because
Yes.
you exceed the 1 acre minimum.
That's not what I'm saying. I want to make sure that Dan is.
That's in
okay.
technical long form.
Okay. And this takes care of the pickup truck problem for you?
No.
It doesn't.
Well, because it says any truck over 10,500 GVW has to be parked out back.
Right.
We can.
And F-250s, F-350s.
That means you and I both have to park behind our house.
Exactly.
We can handle this first, and Don, we can address that.
Let's do it all at
To
once.
clarify, what that is currently in the code under 72-287, that's what kind of threw me off. You were saying definitions, but what it is A, large vehicles, and that's where it says no truck, tractor, semi-trailer, commercial bus, cutaway van, except for those allowed by the exemption y'all are talking about and all this, with a gross vehicle weight greater than 10,500 pounds, as determined by the vehicle registration or the manufacturer's spec, shall be parked except while being loaded or unloaded for commercial purposes in a variety of zoning districts. So what we will do is look at what is the weight of a F-250 or a 2,500 if you're Chevy or Ford or Dodge,
Right.
and take it from there and see where we're at and report back as to.
Yes. Yeah, because you kind of left out the operative phrase. It says semi-trailer, commercial, cutaway, blah, 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 or any other truck.
Is your mic on?
Or, yeah.
Right.
All those vehicles you read off.
Or
And
any
it
other
says,
truck.
or any other truck with a GVW greater than 10.5, which is my F-250, is Jake's F-250, is everybody, I mean, I think anybody living anywhere with an F-250 or F-350 would be opposed to this, regardless of what your zoning is.
Since we're not using the list here, I'd like to chime in. I've seen 5 or 6 around Volusia County, 5 or 6 Ford F-450s driven privately for pleasure. I have a Dodge 3500 that is not for hire. Danny brings up a point that a car can be commercial. So I think our goal is to keep the frontage of these properties from becoming Sanford & Son, not that we restrict commercial out in the front of a house, right? If I own a landscaping agency and I have 3 acres of land, I should be able to park my F-150 with the sign that says Jay's Landscaping out front. If you want to restrict that, go live in a HOA, which I do. But I think because of where we live, this Ford F-450 or something of that ilk that's that big ought to be the high limit. And like Danny said, this can be just added later or separate from the ordinance. But 14,000, I didn't realize a Ford F-450 is 14,000 pounds GVR, so, or GVW. So that's where I sit with this.
Okay.
I need to repeat it, maybe?
Yeah, well, but you do. Before you do, we have two members of the public who would like to speak. We should still, they've waited for this. You can see where it's going, but Tim Hoover first, and then Tanya Anderson.
Tim Hoover, 110 Quiet Circle, Quiet Place in the Country, HOA president. We are a residential neighborhood. We're not a commercial neighborhood. Parking, semis, commercial trucks. You know, you can, however you want to, if it's a F-350 or and stuff, I own one too, and it's over 10,000 pounds. We're not talking that. We're talking semi-trailers. Parking it within 5 feet of your property line. You want to talk about Sanford and Son. Who's going to police this? It's not being policed now. We've had you guys come out to our neighborhood, and you've seen it, but all we get is, we have 4 or 5 vehicles unregistered in backyards now. We look like Sanford and Son now, but you guys are after bigger fish. And now you're putting more code enforcement. You're putting a lot more work on those guys. They're busy now. They just react. The only time they go to a place is if you call and complain. They don't police it. Now, what if the sheriff department did that? He only reacted and never policed the area. We'd have crime up everywhere. And I'm telling you now that the code enforcement can't enforce this. Are they going to go up and knock on the homeowner's door and say, hey, let me see your registration to make sure that you own those vehicles and that they're back far enough? Oh, is this a 2.5 acre lot? I don't know. They don't know. And if we do call and complain, what do we get? The code enforcement goes there and says, hey, you got a complaint against you. And they say, who did it? Oh, your neighbor over there, Tim Hoover in the blue house. He's complaining to you. And what does he do? Next thing you know, I got Bubba, 6'5", 250 pounds, knocking on my door. Why are you complaining again? Because your yard looks like Sanford and Son. That's the way it reacts, and that's happened, and that's the truth. And all you guys got to do is give the code enforcement more code enforcement people to go out and police the area. But you're adding more junk onto them, more work for them to do. And you ask, who's going to enforce it? Those guys can't enforce it. The only time they're going to enforce it is when we call, and then I got Bubba on my back because I called on them. That's not a good neighborhood. And guess what? I'm never calling that guy again. He's going to have 2, maybe 3 semis parked there, and it's junk flying, junk stored all in it, and grass growing up above it. Come on. What does this do? Like you said, what does this do to make Volusia County better? Nothing. Mr. Robbins, I ask you, what size lot? 2.5. If it was 2.5, you would approve this. It must be an acre lot that you live on. So you can get a semi on your property. Buy a bigger lot. Go to a commercial property. This is crazy. Sanford and Sons, that's where you're going to get.
Tanya Anderson.
Good evening. My name is Tanya Anderson, and I reside at 345 Country Circle Drive West, a quiet place in the country, Port Orange. I'm speaking to you on behalf of my husband, Jeff, who cannot be here due to a business trip. However, please know that I do share the same concerns. He wanted me to share the following. I have lived in Volusia County since 1973. Except for the time I spent in college, I have lived my entire adult life in Volusia County. I grew up on acreage in Glenwood. I have owned acreage in Quiet Place since 1996 and have lived on that property since building a home in 2003. I purchased that property because of its rural setting, like the property that I grew up on. I know why people want to live in rural communities. They want the peace, the quiet, the space, the trees, and the wildlife. Most purchase these properties to enjoy the benefits that it provides. What they don't want are their rural communities turned into quasi-business districts. I don't see the need to change the acreage size that has been on the books for decades. This is simply a move to appease some business owners who choose not to conduct their businesses in a business district, but want to conflate their residents and their businesses at the expense of their neighbors. If the needs of a business require storage of the vehicles in question, then the owners of those businesses should be making the necessary arrangements for the storage of those vehicles. It is not the responsibility of the Volusia County government to make accommodations for those business owners at the expense of the property owners that purchase property in a rural setting and simply want to take advantage of their right of quiet enjoyment. In our particular neighborhood, it is a small number of residents that have used their residential property for both their home and a business that falls outside of the current county ordinance. Many of those homeowners purchase acreage with the sole intent to use their land for commercial storage. They selfishly choose to do so without any concern of how it affects the community by also providing their business a competitive advantage against competitors who do not have the ability to do the same. Most of the properties in Quiet Place in the country are less than 2.5 acres. Therefore, I could simply go along to get along. I could have the attitude that if it doesn't affect me, I don't care. However, today you're asking to reduce it to 2.5, and it sounds like it may even be lower than that. And I'm sure the plan in the future would be to reduce it to lower acreage threshold until it accommodates the wants of some council members who reside on smaller county parcels. At a previous council meeting, it was presented by some council members as a financial benefit to community. I think they're forgetting about A, the lost revenue for businesses that offer the services of vehicle storage, the additional taxes that the storage facility would be paying, the additional cost of the maintenance of our residential roads that are not designed to withstand the daily use of heavy commercial trucks, the decreased property values due to the overall degradation of the neighborhood. In respect to our community, the requested change would positively affect only a few and negatively affect almost all. And I know there are other communities in similar situations. Thank you for your time, and thank you for allowing me to speak my voice.
Thank you. Councilman Robbins.
Clay and Paulo, please. One final question. Do HOAs have the ability to make restrictions or rules within their HOA? Yes or no?
Covenant and restrictions agreed to by the homeowners can be implemented.
So in reality, if this HOA wanted to make the rule, regardless of our determination today or in the future, can they do so, yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, you want to, Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Again, I'm not convinced how this makes Volusia County better. I think it makes it worse. And, you know, it's everyone's right to make a motion, and I appreciate that. Mr. Robbins made his motion. I thought I was going to die for lack of a second, and then Mr. Dempsey jumped in and seconded it because I was going to, you know, make the motion with what staff has recommended here. So, Council, I'll be voting no on the, I'd say amended a motion, but it wasn't amended. Amended staff's recommendation, I guess. So I'll be a no on this, and if it dies, then I'll make a motion to approve what staff has recommended.
Okay. Mr. Robbins, do you want to restate your motion?
My motion, first of all the concerns have been addressed. We heard it from legal to the members in the audience. You know, Council, as a statement here, in the country, when we move out to the country, this is our way of life. And really, this is to empower not just the homeowner, but the people that are putting or wanting to put food on their table to support their family without government interference onto their property. There's still some regulations with this. There's still an enforcement mechanism in place. But this is to empower people to work. We want people working, therefore making Volusia County a better place because we don't have to raise taxes to support such people, especially with possibly going to a further economic decline. So that is the motivation behind this. This is happening anyway. I just want a peace of mind for our people in my district, across my district, wildly support this. That's why I was bringing it up, and my motion stays the same to adjust this to 1 acre minimums, include all rural and transitional agricultural zoning classifications to include RR, 1 acre minimum, and all non-conforming uses with a 1 acre minimum. Thank you.
Chair, we're also going to bring back the clarified definitions of commercial vehicles and large vehicles. We'll do some research and find out
Okay.
to make sure that no one inadvertently stumbles into a violation.
Is there a second on the motion?
I'll second it, but I mean, are we seconding to approve it as written, or are we seconding it to have staff go back and revise a couple of things, then bring it back?
To have staff, Don,
Yes.
bring it back with the motion that I made to see the verbiage on it, but it was already seconded twice.
Well, I'll second it for a third time.
It's
just
been,
so
it's
long-
been changed twice. so
I just want to clarify that
Making sure that he
I think
wants.
we're changing some of the substantive aspects of it.
Yes.
So we will go back to PLDRC and bring, but we'll do it on a hastened schedule and bring back a revised ordinance back to council.
Okay. So you're still making the second.
I'll second it, yeah.
All right. Before I call for the vote, Vice Chair Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. And yes, I know that this is a motion just to bring it back to have staff clean up some language, but I'm still going to vote no on it because I'm okay with the language that we have now. And I'll just say, an acre of land is really not that big of a piece of land. I think that this, not to beat a dead horse, but I think that this is going to have unintended consequences, and we're going to have some very unhappy residents. We haven't had anybody come before us this evening and tell us they want this, but we've had 3 from the audience come up and say, please don't do this. Thank you.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. Kind of similar comments to Troy. However, I'm going to vote in favor of sending it back to staff. I do remember the dialogue that we had, I don't know, a few months ago about this, and it had to do with the size. And I think we landed, I think you and I were pushing for that 2.5 acres. But in the interest of giving you an opportunity to keep working on it, I'm going to support the motion. But I got to wrap my head around the reducing it to 1. So you're going to have to help me how to get there later on. Later on. Thank you. I got a bet with Don, and we're going to be out of here in 9 minutes. That's why.
Okay. No other comments? Carissa, would you call the roll on the new motion?
Mr. Johansson,
Yes.
Mr. Kent,
No.
Mr. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Robbins,
Yes.
Mr. Santiago,
Yes.
Mr. Dempsey,
Yes.
Mr. Brower.
No. Motion carries 5-2. Takes us to item 10, award of bid for bulk fuel to multiple vendors.
Good evening, Janine Jennings, Director of Business Services. I'm going to help you get to your 9 minutes. This is a straight bid of bulk fuel. We put it out. We are part of a consortium that we do the solicitation for that includes most of the cities and Flagler County and the school board. And what we're asking is a recommendation of award to 3 vendors for our large loads and 3 vendors for our short loads. That gives us enough capacity to help us in any emergencies and any shortages we may face. And I'll take any questions.
Any questions from the council?
Motion to approve, Mr. Chair.
Second, Johansson.
David Santiago makes a motion to approve, and Jake Johansson makes a second. Comments? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Well done. 7-0, the motion passes. Item 11, at-large appointment to the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee.
Yes, sir. At this time, I'd like to nominate Carrie Rosalino. She is my nomination from the Faith Group. As you guys are very familiar with, my conversation earlier, they're very often, Faith is very often critical of government's actions regarding affordable housing, among other things, yet lacked somewhat of an understanding of what we do now, particularly in the AHAC. And I would like to remedy that and start working collaboratively with Faith by inviting Kerry to the table. And I also still try to meet with Faith monthly. So I think those two things will get us partway there. And
Second that.
Thank you.
Kerry Rossellini is nominated, second by David Santiago. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nomination is confirmed 7-0. Do we have any public comment?
Sorry, the headset was talking to me. Yes, it's Mr. Nicholson.
Okay, John Nicholson?
What?
You would never have made it out at 8 anyway. You guys all have to talk, so that's another hour. 9 o'clock is better. I don't know if you guys ever read the paper anymore. This popped up the other day. Volusia County, specifically Daytona Beach, $1 million club, first in the nation for having vacation rentals. When I moved to Daytona Beach 40 years ago, we were the lowest priced properties on the East Coast. Until 2004, we were the lowest priced properties on the East Coast. 2004, as you know, the hurricanes, they wiped out, or we did, 17 properties on the ocean. To this day, 16 of those properties are still empty 20 years later. We're not doing anything. And all of a sudden, now we're building $1 million properties. I don't know what it's going to do. It's a good thing for us. It's a good thing for Ormond Beach, the shores. There is a condo, hopefully, going in across the street from me with $150 million condos. Great for our tax base in Daytona Beach. But like I worried about what was going on when I thought Margaritaville was going in. And my city was convinced that it wasn't going in. I was convinced that there was a need for reefs off the coast of Daytona Beach and our Volusia County because there could be tremendous damage to the upland properties. Nobody thought there was a need for reefs. I don't know how to express it because I don't convince anybody of anything. Nobody put a reef in, although they were free. The need had a way of getting them in for free, and we chose not to do it. As you know, these properties, people will not live in it. Not for a year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years when they retire. They will be empty for 10, 11 months out of the year. So they're not going to be buying any vegetables, any fruits. They're not going to go to any restaurants. They're not going to do any shopping. They're not going to go to a theater. It's going to be vacant properties. And all the energy that goes into building these could go into affordable housing. One of the problems is they can't get enough employees to build the houses. They can't get enough cement or wood to build the houses because the price is going through the roof. So we're going to use it on these that will sit empty. I don't know what the consequences of those. I can't put my finger on it, but I know that something's coming down the pike that we have to look at, whether we want these taking up our oceanfront. Just beware. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Johansson, I'd like to confirm that you appointed Ms. Carey as a citizen who is actively engaged as an advocate for low-income persons in connection with affordable housing.
That's correct.
Okay, that takes us to the county manager.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. First off, I just want to put out that the we're going to have a open house opportunity for motocross. The county is inviting the public to attend an in-person open house next Tuesday, the 23rd, to learn about the motocross facility that's being proposed south of Shunts Road and west of Tomoka Farms Road. We're going to hold it out at the Tomoka Landfill Operations Center from 5 to 7. It'll be an open house style. It will not be a formal presentation, but we will have storyboards and people set up that people can go by. They can ask questions, talk to folks who are familiar with the project, and submit comments there so we can incorporate them as we go forward with the project. So if you get a chance, people are interested, you go out. The Tomoka Landfill Operations Center is actually pretty nice if you haven't been in there. Next up, I wanted to comment a little bit about the Belvedere discussion earlier, and also I was asked to update where we were. Where we're at today, if you recall, there was a pre-application that was put in, and at that time, we responded along with the city of Ormond Beach. We got together, we met, and we gave back 22 pages of questions and comments that went back to the Belvedere folks. This is a pre-application. We don't have an application, so I think there was some question earlier about how long do people have. Well, they don't really have anything yet because they don't have an application. So they have a pre-application, and we sent back 22 pages worth of questions, and we have not heard back. So it's really in their court at this time. I know many know there was $10 million, I think, in the budget, state level, that could be used to help a facility in either Flagler, Volusia, or Brevard County, but the governor has not signed that yet. So that does not occur until he signs, and then I would expect we'll probably hear something where we'll make contact to find out where that's at. But I just wanted everyone to know that really the ball is in there and the other Belvedere's court, and they've got a load of stuff to talk about, and that was just from a pre-application. The other thing I wanted to quickly address, today the towing industry folks were in. We will look at that. There's several layers to this. But basically, there is a contract in existence today that was put out and bid on competitively. So the pricing that's in that is their pricing that they have given us. And that goes out every so many years. So the idea that nothing's changed since 2002 is not accurate because we put it out to bid. I think the part that they're talking about is stuff not applicable to our county contracts, but there's ordinances that restrict how much a private person could call in, say they have a parking lot or something, and they're going to have someone towed out of there. That's what they're talking about there. So we'll take a look at that and see if that needs updating. I do know when we looked at this a while back, our cap was in the same neighborhood as Miami-Dade and Broward and a lot of very very urban and expensive counties. So we didn't find ourselves out of whack, but it has been a while, and we'll definitely take a look and bring something back. And that's all I had.
Michael Dyer.
Yes, sir. I know during the initial public comment this morning, there are a number of things said which, considering the lateness of the hour, I won't belabor the point. But I want to thank Paul Osorio for the work he is doing every day. He's a professional, hard worker, and he works with staff that are just trying to do their job. So thank you. And I would ask him to come up to the podium, but I won't do that.
That brings us to the county council, and today we start with Jake Johansson.
Thank you, sir. in an effort to get away of the budget game, George and council, I'm hoping that organizations that we're members of or board members of will be coming to us with short, concise briefs on what they do for us and what they've done in the past to justify the money we invest. It seems that as the budget process starts going, we go, oh, we could cut that, and everybody gets in a tizzy and shows up with 40-minute briefs trying to justify and stay in the budget. As some of you might remember, I'm on the East Central Florida Regional Planning Council, so I would like to kick it off and invite them to provide us with an overview of what they do. I know with conversations we've had with council led by Mr. Kent that we've kind of agreed to getting these briefs via consent or not as part of the actual formal meeting or as an info item, and I'd like to support that. And then maybe whoever the members of Team Volusia, I know we get briefed by them, but that would be another one. And any other that we participate in and we fund, but we may not be exactly sure what they've been doing for us this year. So I'd like to start that process before it comes up in the budget and everybody kind of, worries about whether they're going to be funded or not. George, I'd like to make sure I understand, based on stuff like this. I know this isn't your product, but I can't be handed this at game day, not knowing whether it's information in addition to what we have or not. So I'm hoping we don't get handed a bunch of paperwork on the 30th for the workshop and say, oh, here's some additional information that you might find useful, because if we're paying attention to what everybody's saying, we're having a hard time reading that. We have gotten a bunch of information from Clay and some tables and some interesting stuff that I've been digging into, but I want to make sure we get materials ahead of time. Yep. If there's more coming. County Attorney and George, I'll send you a bunch of questions about the towing, and just to keep it short. And I know that when the public speaks, they come with a lot of passion and well-meaning, and for the most part, their concern is not unfounded. But every once in a while, there's a little dig in there that I feel obligated to comment on. And when council's kind of said, I guarantee you, or I bet based on the vote that you guys were working basically behind sunshine for the vote. I think it was Belvedere that was the discussion item, or for the moratorium. I opine that if it was 7-0 for the moratorium, they wouldn't have thought that we talked outside sunshine. So I would like to guarantee it from my perspective that I don't have conversations with other elected officials about anything other than fishing, NBA, and stupid stuff we do with our families. So there's no talking in the sunshine or outside the sunshine amongst any elected officials that I'm aware of. And Russ Brown's always lurking like right on the other side of every doorway to make sure we don't. So having said that, Chairman, I'm done for the evening. Thank you very much.
Vice Chair Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Council Member Johansson, I appreciate that you brought up the idea that we get some type of feedback from those that we have contracts with, and we find out where they are and what they're accomplishing. I'm totally behind that. And George, you and your team can lead the charge with that to make sure we get that information. I heard our manager and I heard our at-large member, Mr. Johansson, talk about the towing rates. I was prepared tonight, right now, to ask this council to support a motion that I was going to make, that this come back as a discussion item. I don't think that's necessary after hearing Mr. Rechtenwald talk, that he's going to get us some information. So I'm just going to publicly say, I'm hopeful you're going to do that in the next 2 months, and that your staff will reach out to every individual towing company that was here today to let them know that you're going to do that. You're going to give us information so that they're aware and everything is on the up and up with them.
Sure.
And because, you know, your story is different than what they're sharing.
Right.
And it's important for us to hear all sides of it. And it's important for them to be heard. So I really enjoyed all of their talk, but the first speaker's statistics was very interesting to me. Council, I haven't asked for anything on the agenda in a while, but there's a couple things I want to talk about. The first one is Miriam Giabi reached out to me. She's a member of the Pace Center for Girls board, and she and I had a discussion, and I'll just say the Pace Center for Girls is in no affiliation with Volusia County Schools. So she asked me, and I said I'm going to make a motion to have a discussion item in, I would say in the next 2 months, on the Pace Center for Girls and what Volusia County can do to help support them with their endeavors of a new building.
Second.
Thank you. I was going to say, from what I understand, they are receiving some money from the state, and I want to find out exactly where this new site's going to be. If it's going to be in Ormond Beach, I think Ormond Beach should participate. If it's going to be in Daytona Beach, I think Daytona Beach should participate. If they want the county to participate. And at the end of the day, these are students that normally would attend Volusia County Schools, so I think it's extremely appropriate for Volusia County Schools to participate as well. So there's a motion, and I heard a second.
There's a motion on the floor for county to come back with
Discussion item.
Yeah, for ideas on how to help Pace with a new building. Did you get the second?
Yes, it was
on
from
that?
Mr. Reinhardt.
Is
I'm
Mr.
just seeing
Reinhardt?
if the clerk got it. Okay. Matt Reinhardt.
Just had a quick question. Also, will that include them coming out and possibly doing or at least getting with us beforehand on a presentation of some sort?
Yeah, I would recommend that.
That they be
I
there
will
for
get
that?
with them and
Okay.
we'll talk, but I think, yes, a short presentation on what they're talking about, and I will emphasize short, because that's what we like, and have it to you ahead of time so you have time to look at it, and we can take the time to do the discussion.
Okay. With that said, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Thank you, Council. My second to last item is I'm also going to ask that I'm going to make a motion that in the next 2 months we have an update from staff and a discussion on the funding for LPGA and the improvements. I know from staff we've talked about the state possibly taking that road over, but I would love for us to have an update from staff on that, and for us to be able to speak freely on the funding for that road and the improvements that are desperately needed.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Motion made by Troy Kent to have an update on funding for the LPGA. Second was by Matt Reinhardt. Any questions or discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you. Council, my last comment is to the council. I just want to tell you gentlemen and also to staff, I spent 19 years on Ormond Beach City Commission, and we've been together 15 months here. I didn't stop and think about it until recently, but I am amazed at what we have accomplished in the short 6 gentlemen to know. I appreciate the hard work that you put into this every day, and to George and Mike and your staffs, I appreciate whenever you hear from this council direction. I have seen a more rapid pace to get those priorities accomplished, and our residents are noticing also. Have a good evening. Thank you.
Councilman Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. So Vice Chair Kent took my thunder on 2 items, so Pace was one too. But anyways,
Does that mean you're done?
no, not near. May 5th through the 11th. I was going to do this last, but I have to do it first. Is National Corrections Officers Week?
I thought we were going to go one day without hearing
No, sir.
You
So-
said May 5th.
but
I was
it is
thinking you were going to
May-
celebrate Cinco.
But May
for-
6th is before the meeting when I'm going to be presenting them, which you go figure, a proclamation for that. So I'm looking forward. Thank you, gentlemen, for supporting that in the consent agenda today. It's also Nurses Week, and I understand that there's a couple proclamations going out for that, one of which is for the nurses at the jail that I'll be presenting on the 8th. For those two, they are the well-deserved recognition for them. Friday, I went to the city of Daytona Beach Shores where Nancy Millen and the commissioners had welcomed the participants at the conclusion of the 28th annual Tour de Force charity ride. Jake, you were missed. I'm just kidding. So they did ask where you were at. So I said, he's busy racing cars. So that 300-plus mile race started the prior Monday in North Miami Beach and ends, as it always does, in Daytona Beach Shores. And I commend the law enforcement members who rode on that very long journey for such a good cause. This year's tour will benefit the families of all the fallen law enforcement officers that were lost in the line of duty during 2023. So it's a great event. There are several that actually ride that entire distance. And I think they do like 50 or 60 miles per day. So I did tease the sheriff because I asked him, I told him that I think I saw him jump on his bike about a mile back. So he laughed. Okay. Thursday, Councilman Robbins and myself were part of the Port Orange South Daytona Chamber of Commerce's panel discussion on opioids in the workplace. And the purpose of this panel was not only to bring awareness to this deadly epidemic, but also to discuss a multi-pronged approach on how to better tackle the issues associated with it. It was a great discussion. It gave us the opportunity. We had, I think, a couple doctors there from Halifax, an attorney's perspective. Danny, of course, sits on the opioid panel for us. And I was trying to bring the jails stuff about it in. But also, because it has affected me, the 29th of this month will be 1 year since the loss of my brother due to an overdose. So it was very important for me to attend that and be able to discuss that and anything we can do to assist with what Barbara Ann Hegan from the Port Orange South Daytona Chamber is doing by all means, as well as the Volusia Recovery Alliance. They're doing phenomenal work as well. And lastly, Turtle Day. Great event. If you guys missed it, I'm telling you. It's a great event. I always am overwhelmed by Chad McPhee and his staff and what he's able to do. The place was packed. And I do understand the challenges associated with traffic with respect to that. George and I have briefly discussed that. So we are in talks with the city of Ponce Inlet on how we can help with that. And we'll sit down with them. And you have made me aware of that, and I appreciate before I could even ask you, you address that. So I thank you very much for that. Other than that, thank you guys very much, and have a good night.
Councilman Robbins.
Chair, no, just to echo a little bit of what Mr. Kent said, we're making great progress in a lot of what we do. I've never seen or imagined would get some progress like we've been getting. And I think, each of our districts are so different. And it's always enjoyable to hear kind of all sides of it, but also appreciate the consideration with each individual district member who I'd say knows or is most intimate with their district. And I like the ability or what we have to have that trust in each member and their ability to represent the base of their constituency that put them here. So, we deal with a lot of issues. All these issues, there isn't a one out there that doesn't have unintended consequences. When I look at issues, I try to make sure that we look at everything, to minimize that and set up protections for each other and for each other's constituents, and also, for success. And, we talk a lot about liberty. So you guys will see, like I said at the beginning of the year, I'm focusing and really drilling down on getting rid of the bureaucracy and some of these, I just say strangling and wet blanket ordinances that we have in unincorporated Volusia. A lot of these things that we discuss are great in a city setting, and I believe in them. When I review it and talk to constituents, when you're dealing with the county and unincorporated Volusia, you're talking apples and oranges, and I'd say 99% of the circumstances. But I'm thankful for what staff's doing. I'm thankful for the time you guys allow me to get into some of these discussions. And Troy, I'm hoping I can earn your support. So, all right, thank you guys.
Councilman Santiago.
Love is in the air. Yeah, what's going on here? It's not even Valentine's. All great comments, guys. Actually, a couple things that I had on already taken, but one thing I asked for consensus or support from the council. I wanted to cover two things regarding our land use workshop that we have scheduled. One, I have an unavoidable conflict on that day. I wanted to see if the council would entertain to see if staff could look for another day that we can work on. I've tried playing around with the schedule, but it's a, what was that? Yeah, to see if we can, as soon as possible after that, but I got an unavoidable conflict that day. If I can get some support to relook at that, I'd appreciate it.
You're talking about for the
land
30th?
use.
For April 30th?
Correct, yeah, and I really want to be there, so.
I think we need to have everybody there. So if someone can't make it, I'm totally fine finding another date, so we all can be there.
Danny Robbins.
David, plus or minus a couple days? I'm going to be out May 10th through the 13th. I'll be in South Florida, but I want to try to make it work for you.
Yeah, I guess it's going to be different for everybody. Maybe staff can just play with it and see.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to see if I get support. I want to get it done as quickly as possible, yes. But, no, I think George has got something in his hand.
Yeah, I handed out just to show you, Mr. Santiago did give me a little heads up he was going to ask. So this is what we're dealing with right now. It would look like the closest we could get in on that might be the 11th of June or the 13th of June, depending on a couple things here that might be flexible. But I just wanted to point out May is looking a little ugly just because a lot of people are going to be out of town on those days.
June 11th or 13th are great for me. Both days, Council, I'm wide open. Anybody else, the 11th and 13th of June, good for you? Both are bad for you?
In the one I know, one of those is a briefing, which I'm sure we could work with. And we'll look at, we might be down an attorney, but we'll see what we can.
One less attorney, I don't think it's going to hurt anybody.
That's what I
You can go down 2 or 3 for the meeting.
All right, what I'll do is if those two dates are okay, I'll get back with Dana and we'll see which one works the best and go back out to you guys.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to do either of those days in June, the 11th or the 13th. Pretty much that's when.
Can we just have staff get with the members?
Okay,
Probably be
well, I
easier.
just tried to.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it.
I was trying to, but we'll go look and
Okay.
see what else we can do.
Thank you.
Even if one of those days are blocked out where I'm out, get with me because I may be able to switch some stuff around.
All right.
If it's up to.
But I will say, it looks like there's a couple of them.
Yeah.
That are where there's two of you, but if that's being the case, as long as I have the okay to go ahead, because I'm going to have to cancel the 30th too. So
Yes.
if it's the direction that you guys are okay with everyone being there, we'll cancel the 30th and hunt for a date. And I'll get with you on a couple of these where there's only one conflict, and maybe we can get it changed.
For me, it's okay to cancel the 30th. I think everyone should be present if we can.
It's too bad because I did like the 11th and the 13th because Russ is off those days. He's on vacation, so it would have worked out beautifully.
He likes those days.
Thank you, council members. I appreciate the latitude. With that being the same theme on the workshop, I was giving it some thought. Oh, Jake, sorry.
Let me calm down first.
Okay.
Go on.
All right. I was giving it some thought on, I thought when we gave staff direction on this workshop, I think it was too broad. I don't think we gave them, the land use is such a big beast, and we threw everything at them. I felt that that topic is important enough and so deep that it probably, unless the first meeting is a segregating out what areas we want to tackle, but I just worry about when we do have that meeting, the topics are going to be so broad. I don't know how we're going to be effective. Yeah, so maybe the first one is that, right, narrowing it down. But I just wanted to voice that concern, because I can envision that meeting and whether or not we have a facilitator also to help us move along with that meeting. I was just looking at the functionalities of it. I don't know if anybody else had that concern, but I'm okay with diving in.
What do you want to narrow it down to?
Well, whatever categories. I mean, I know we talked about zoning categories, right? We talked some gaps in some of our categories. We talked about infill direction on what we can do on infill in areas that it's promotable. And then we also talked, like the last thing that I remembered, I wrote down design standards. I had mentioned design standards at one time when we were doing some commercial stuff. So those are the things that I wrote down, but go ahead.
Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. This came at a recommendation from Councilmember Robbins because there was two issues that y'all directed us to do with the original goal setting, which was looking at special exceptions that could be made into permitted uses or conditional uses and amending that. We brought that forward. Y'all asked it to be put to a workshop to go over it. And as part of that discussion, the other topic that was identified was the concern that, again, Councilmember Robbins brought up with all the permitting and going through what are we required to do by federal, state, charter, comp plan, and can we get rid of some of those permits? Those were the two primary things that drove it. Then we started getting into additional items on there.
We also talked about the special exception on the different the number of categories, whether or not we would accept 4 out of 5, 3 out of 5, or stay with
That's
5 out of
already
5.
coming to you. That's already
Okay.
coming. That was previous. And then the thing that was identified also a meeting later was the discussion on the I-2 zoning, where we have the extremely open-ended list of permitted uses.
Right. Yes.
So those were the three main topics we were addressing, and then we started working on the others.
So would it be safe to say that that's a lot to take on in one workshop? I don't want to put words in your mouth. I'm just, George, anybody?
Well,
Very
we're
safe.
prepared to do it, but I will say, I think when we had this meeting the other day to talk, we were somewhere in the neighborhood of 36 lots of just, and that's our working stuff. You wouldn't see that, but it would be part of the background material that we would put out ahead of time, because obviously we feel like, again, like you had mentioned, Mr. Johansson, we would definitely want this out in your hands ahead of time to read and look at, because not only will it be kind of those slides telling the framework, but also background information with it. So yeah, it'll be quite a bit of material, and that's why we're just getting ready to put it out here shortly. So
Then we could always schedule a second one after that. I
well,
guess.
yeah, and I think that's what when you get the material, you could take a look, and we can start with, as Clay said, what we were directed, and we can get as far as we get, and then we can say we'll meet again with a further workshop if we don't get as far as we want.
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all I got. Thanks.
I will need to, just to cancel that meeting, though, I'll need a motion to
move
do
to
that
cancel
and let me
the-
come back.
Second.
We have a motion to cancel the
Workshop.
May 30th workshop by David Santiago, as second by Jake Johansson. And Jake, did you have a comment?
This is a good time for that. So I rearranged the schedule to be available. So not David's fault, but now we're changing it again. I suggest, it doesn't have to be done now, but I suggest we schedule next year quarterly workshops and then cancel them. Because that way we can all schedule our year around the workshops, and if they go away, no harm, no foul. because
That'd be great.
I did a lot of junk to be back on the 30th with kids coming home from college and college graduations. They just got wiped out. And so you guys know me. I like a little bit of routine here, and this kind of messes it up. So if we just put them on the schedule, then we can, and something tells me we like the philosophical discussion, we'd use those workshops, even if it's for something simple, so we can chat informally about it. So I suggest we do that next year, not tonight. So that's all I have. Thanks.
Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, I thought one other thing, Clay, that we talked about, did he leave already? Oh, there he is, okay. Was that not only were we gonna discuss whether special exceptions could be converted to permitted uses, but also that permitted use could also go up or down the zoning classification. So like if something's a permitted use in A3, or if it's a special exception in A3, we change it to a permitted use for A3, we could also discuss whether we want to make that also inclusive for A2 or A1 zoning as well.
That was part of the analysis that was submitted to y'all. It identifies the broad base of all the zoning districts where that use is allowed by special exception. And that was part of the.
And that's going to be part of the workshop as well.
Yes, sir.
Oh, thanks. I just want to make sure we were clear on that as well as we were on the subject. And then, thanks, Clay. The only other thing I was going to bring up, thanks, George, for bringing up the open house next week for the motocross facility. And I just wanted to bring up in that Hunden study that was done, which I don't know if you could tell from our last discussion, I'm not a big fan of the report at all. For some reason, I've been tagged with, my belief would be $2.5 million or less, because like I've told you, I've priced these out before, and the Hunden survey came back at 10.3 million, which I believe was grossly overpriced. We had 3 track owners here who also testified, I believe, that was way exorbitant. It was an unconscionable amount. I can tell you right now, for the record, if it's 10.3 million, I'm a no vote for it. Okay, so I'll just put that on the record right now. That's how sure I am that it's not going to be that much. But Polk County, one of the comparable sites that was used in that Hunden study was Bone Valley, which is a park, a similar park that I'm proposing in Polk County. And Bone Valley just announced on April 9th that one of the gentlemen that was here, Jason Baker, who owns Dream Tracks, had been in business for 20 years, they're opening up a motocross facility there. Jason Baker will design and build the track at a cost of $240,000. Okay? We got an estimate from Hunden of 1.8 million for basically the same thing. Okay? So I just want to go on the record that, I don't agree. It's not going to be a $10 million facility. It's going to be $2 million or less, in my opinion. I would never even bring something like that forward for the taxpayers to pay. But I do think if we're paying a couple million for pickleball routinely, that $2 million is nothing to ask for the kids who enjoy off-road dirt biking when there's nowhere to go in the county. But I just wanted to bring that up because I thought that was, I think that's great that Polk County recognizes the need. And one of the people who came here and spoke is doing just what I'm proposing for $240,000. So it's not a $10 million price tag. And I would encourage you guys to come out next Tuesday and go to the open house. I believe a lot of those people will be here, a lot of families will be here, and maybe it'll help you better understand what the sport's all about, because it really is a family sport, and there's a need for it, and other counties are doing it, and I just think it's, like I've said before, it's long overdue that Volusia County kind of joins the bandwagon. I believe the Speedway is behind it, NASCAR's behind it. The Speedway owns the AMA.
I support you, Don.
And okay, I know. But you didn't include me in your conversation. But no, I just wanted to bring that up because just because you support this proposal doesn't mean that by any stretch that it's going to cost the county $10.3 million. I just think that's I don't even want to describe what I'm thinking about that number, but Polk County's doing it for 240. I'll leave it at that. Thanks for your attention, guys.
Mr. Chair, Russ Brown, I think there's still a motion on the table, right, that we need to vote on to cancel the workshop?
That's not your fault, Don. All in favor of canceling the 30th meeting, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And it's canceled, 7-0. Thank you, Don. Just
So can I repeat everything I just said for Jake's sake?
Yeah.
Because it was.
Because he wasn't able to concentrate.
Yeah, because we were out of order and, okay.
Couple just quick questions, probably for you, George. Just for clarification, on the guys that came in and talked about towing this morning, they're talking about, we don't have anything to do with what they can charge private people to go and tow somebody from their home.
Well, there is an ordinance on the books that talks about non-consensual and trespass towing. So in theory, you could potentially maybe contract out if you're providing for a commercial provider, but generally if they do a consensual, a non-consensual or trespass tow, they have to follow the standards that are in the ordinance.
My car breaks down and I call a tow truck, they can charge me whatever they want.
Because that's not a trespass or
Right.
non-consensual tow.
Okay.
Unless
I
you're
just
on
wanted to clarify that,
property
because I think some people might have left here thinking that we control everything that they can bill. And
This is when
and
you
we
get
don't.
towed and you didn't want to get towed.
Right.
So you're on somebody else's property.
Right.
And then there's the sheriff's towing. See, that's where I think some confusion in with us. We have contracts for where we order the towing, or the sheriff does. And those are rather large contracts. And then, again, there's this ordinance that is out there for trespass towing, non-consensual, that occurs on somebody's parking lot that they shouldn't be.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. The other question was, I appreciate you doing the update on Belvedere. So they still haven't turned in a formal application. Have they turned in a formal site plan?
No, they've only turned in a pre-application, which is does have a conceptual site plan contained in it, but we don't have a any kind of a real site plan.
Clay, you had your hand up.
Because this is under such public scrutiny, I want to make sure the
Yes.
terminology we're using is correct. They have submitted for what we call a conceptual site plan. It does not have the ability to allow for the project to proceed. It is really just a concept plan that's provided to us that we provide comments off of. They provided quite a few pages from their permits to DEP, which don't necessarily pertain to all of our requirements. And yes, we did provide 29 pages of comments that are inclusive of City of Ormond Beach staff to them. What you heard tonight was that there's a concern that we don't have a response deadline. The whole point behind a conceptual site plan is to give you the ability to come in, hear from staff, and make the no-go decision, and go back to your professional and see if there's anything that they feel they can do for the site plan. So that's where we're at. We have not received anything else. There's not the formal site plan, final site plan application in at this time. That would be the next step.
Thank you for that clarification. Before you go away, Matt Reinhardt.
Yeah, just had a quick question, maybe for you or George. That question being answered, because that's what I hit the button for the first time. Thank you. And none of those questions have been answered. How long ago was that given to him?
I want to say end of February.
End of February.
Somewhere.
That's something we can, with what we learned tonight from what you said, is that something that can be put on the website so it'll quell the individuals that were here? You know,
It's
as an
on
up.
the website.
It is on the website?
It's
Okay.
on the website now.
Okay,
Yeah,
I appreciate
so-
it. Thank you. Well, they said it wasn't updated. That's why I was saying. Okay, thank you.
I think it's because there's been a gap of time. It was put out there, and now there's a gap of time. As you said, I mean, I believe they're in probably some sort of decision-making mode on their own, of here or somewhere else. Waiting on what that $10 million deal that may be out there, and maybe where else in the state they might want to locate. Because my understanding, of course, from the original discussion, well, there were multiple sites. So that's
Right. Hopefully, we'll learn something or see where they're going after
Right.
the governor signs the budget.
I suspect we will.
Does he have a deadline for that? Does anybody know to sign
It's
the?
quite a ways off, but he does have a deadline. It's in June.
Okay.
Yeah.
And and
been
it's
14
a good
days,
question that, and the state budget has not been presented to him yet by the.
Ah, gotcha. Okay. All right. The last thing I wanted to bring up is, rather than doing a proclamation for it, just to announce it, on May 2nd is a National Day of Prayer. I think that if there was ever a time when we needed prayer in America, it's now, although I guess we always do. But May 2nd, National Day of Prayer, we have a local event that anyone could attend May 2nd at 7 p.m. at First Baptist of Daytona. Is that your church? No? He worships at Corrections. So 7 p.m., First Baptist at Daytona. First Baptist is right across the street from the flea market on Daytona. It's 10 First Baptist Parkway. Again, across from the large flea market. So I would just encourage as many people as possible to participate in that, or in with your own church, your own family. We definitely could use prayer. And Jake Johansson.
Yes, sir. I have a question from the previous George, or Clay could answer it. Belvedere has no obligation, now that they've got all our comments, they have no obligation to tell us they're not interested, right? They can just never come back and leave us hanging.
Yeah.
Not that they would, but they could.
They could.
So I think that's important that the public knows that we might be done now. I doubt it, but we might be done now. They might be going, we're not going there, and we'll never know. So I don't think that's the case, but like I said, after, in normal circumstances, when somebody gets that many comments back, however many it is, they might go, I don't want to be any part of that. And I know in development that happens a lot. They go, it's a bridge too far, we're going to move elsewhere. So
Exactly, and we don't know what's behind them. We don't know what kind of investors
Right.
they have, and maybe investors are watching and saying, I don't want to take the risk or something. Who knows?
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, and we are adjourned at 8:41.